around some work that we care about. At what level are we really wanting to collaborate with these other organizations? So this may be a list that can help you be clear about the type of collaboration that you are trying to form. So some other things I'd like to cover, some of these we're touching on and some we're not yet, but I want to cover some other things I want you to be thinking about and maybe give you some tools that might help you with doing collaboration well and doing it in a healthy way. So first of all, I have a cartoon. Some of this information, like I said, comes from the Kansas Leadership Center, but I think it's really relevant here. Does anybody have collaboration or have tried collaboration in a way that looks like this? And what do you notice about this cartoon as you think about collaboration? What stories can you tell about it?
Your mics are open, so you can.
I'm not
It shows a very one-sided collaboration. It's us over here saying, come to my side, and you're not at all coming to their side. You're not bridging that gap between you and them on how you can work together.
Yeah, Alicia, thank you for that. That's one interpretation about what's going on, and it because she's saying this way, right? I think it's interesting that she's the only one over there. Anybody else? What are other stories you're telling about this cartoon and what it means related to collaboration?
I think she can't relate to what their challenge is.
So she has this great idea, right? She thinks it's a great idea. So she's saying, hey, everybody, come over to my idea. But she's potentially not able to listen or hear what they really care about. What else do you notice?
One of the things I really learned in one of my master's programs is before you launch with your idea, you need to ask what the need is in the community, and or what the need is to get to where you can launch your idea.
Great.
It's like if they both were like, hey, let's talk about this, but let's fix this issue first. If they take time, they might be able to build a relationship that will help them partner closer.
Yeah, I don't really have a sense, Lisa, from this cartoon that there is a relationship here, right?
Yeah.
The people on the right-hand side don't even look like they're in any place willing to move. So some guy's still got his puppy, hands on her hips, you know.
What I'm seeing is an energetic individual on one side, some not so energetic, an energetic person on one side that is likely passionate about something. Could be the entirety of what they're doing, but the others aren't desiring to be involved that much. Perhaps resources are what they're after rather than the overall quality of life of others, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Spencer. I appreciate that interpretation as well. Anybody notice that there's a chasm between the two?
Yeah, I'm thinking that she's probably talking to the wrong audience. These people aren't paying attention, and she knows she's got a great idea, but she's just not talking to the right people.
Yeah, good one. And even if she was, there's no way to get there, right? She hasn't built a bridge, created those relationships, created a pathway to be able to collaborate. And it's risky. Look at the risk these people might take if they were to go follow her. So if you have tried this approach to collaboration and you've decided we've got the best idea, let's get everybody on board with our idea, you probably got met with some real challenges, and maybe some of the challenges that you're seeing in this cartoon. So one of the things, oh, thanks, it reminds you of some board versus ED scenarios, absolutely. One of the things that I think is helpful to get clear on, let's go back to those types of, back to the types of collaborations here. Not only do you need to understand what you are asking for related to how much we're connecting around an issue or what we're agreeing to do, you also have to get really clear on what the purpose of the work is. And I actually have here we go, a different map that we can look at. And this is also in your handouts, I believe. So if you wanted to follow that. The reason that I show this is that what I find, especially in community groups, is that people tend to get stuck in their work together around strategy and tactics. They get stuck around what's the program we're going to do, or what are the services we're going to provide in our community or in our organization, and how we're going to do that. And so when I go to community meetings, I tend to find that the lack of consensus exists at the strategy and tactic level. There was a group that I was working with, this is another rural community, and they kept having similar meetings. People kept coming out saying, okay, that was another waste of time. That was another waste of time. And it was because people couldn't rally around what was the purpose of our work. And so one particular woman in this community, every meeting, she kept bringing up, we need a community center. We need a community center. We need a community center. And she would push that really hard in the meetings, that other people didn't feel like they could ever help her get off of that idea. And so community center is a strategy, right? And she was very, very focused on this strategy. If you'll notice over on the left-hand side of this chart, it says, it has the question, why is that important to you 3 times? And when people are stuck on strategies, one of the things that you can do is start to ask them, why is that community center so important to you? It's not a, why is that so important to you with attitude kind of thing. It's a real legitimate question. Why is that important to you? And by asking her that, she said, well, if we had a community center, then it could be a place where our kind of dying community could gather. At least we would have a place that we could share meals, or we could come together for games. And we just don't have a place like that anymore, because this is a pretty small rural community. And then when they asked her, well, why is that important to you? She said, well, my family, the only time we ever got together was around meals. And it was a time where we could continue to, develop our relationships together. And so I think if we had a community center, then we would, be able to stick together with our relationships. And when they asked her, why is that important to you? She finally said, if we don't have some place like this, our town's going to die. Right. So she started with the strategy of community center. And when they kept asking her, why is that important? They finally got to purpose with her. And the purpose was, I'm afraid we're going to die. That's a pretty strong purpose to have, but she wasn't naming it like that. So people couldn't connect with her until they connected around the common purpose of, we don't want to die either, right? We don't want our community to die either. And a community center is one strategy of how to get there. So I think it's helpful when you're trying to collaborate, if people get stuck in strategy or tactics, then please go back to the idea of purpose. Get clear on what it is that drives all of you for this work and what it is that you're really trying to accomplish in the community. So always go back to purpose. Any questions about that? All right. So this is another diagram. Many of you who've been through the Kansas Leadership Center have seen this. It is an integral part of the framework of what we teach there. And I brought it in because I think it's also helpful for us to think about the work we are trying to do in our communities. Thanks, Lisa. The work we're trying to do in the communities, and that we have to differentiate what's technical about the work we're trying to do and what's adaptive about the work we're trying to do. And I think maybe, Robert, this connects to what you were saying earlier about it takes a long time. So for any of you who are not familiar with the Leadership Center or adaptive leadership work, I'm going to briefly explain this diagram, and then you can chime in with your other thoughts and comments about it. But let's say that we were at that community meeting that I was just talking about in that rural community, where some people, when they were thinking about making their community a better place to live, the one woman wanted the community center. Some other people felt like, well, we need childcare. Some other people were like, no, we need to keep the community or the kids in our community safe. So let's get some safe routes to schools, et cetera. All of those are strategies, right? Strategies typically have somebody that can come in and say, here's how you can implement that kind of strategy. Here's how to plan for it. The problem seems to be clear. If you really want a community center, if you want to develop safe routes to schools, we can map those routes, right? And there are authorities or people who are experts at being able to map those routes and tell you how to get funding, and they can help support the community in creating those kinds of safe routes and get crosswalks or get things marked on the streets that would be helpful. When you are doing the technical side of that work, you want those experts to lend their expertise, or you want people in authority to say, this is what we're going to do or what we need to do. And you're asking them to use their expertise or authority efficiently, quickly, and done right, so that the problem can be solved. We can get this fixed and we can move on. So there's always technical aspects of the work that we're trying to do when we're collaborating. I think it's the adaptive side that trips most of us up in collaboration. And the adaptive side is almost always the side that involves people, right? People who care about things and they want certain things. These are those stakeholders that you see listed there. And with adaptive problems, if we're trying to save our community, for example, if that's really our purpose, there is no right answer to that. So the problem is going to require a lot of learning. What does saving our community look like to us? The solution requires a lot of learning, because there's many things we could do to try to save our community if we're back in that rural community I was talking about. And everybody that lives in that community is a stakeholder in that issue. And so that also makes it hard. The more people come together, the more voices you're dealing with. And what adaptive work really requires is people to be engaged over the long term, trying to experiment with different things and trying different things to see how they can make progress, see what they can learn by what they implement. And it does require an attitude of curiosity to be present throughout the whole piece of the work. Because it's adaptive work, it doesn't necessarily mean that we ever fix things. It does mean we make progress on things. And so I don't know about you all, but I think the adaptive side is really hard to do. And especially when we have people like in the community example I gave, who are pretty clear about what they want. And they come to community meetings with some emotion related to that. So I'm curious for anybody else, how does this table help you when you think about doing collaboration or collaborative work? Or maybe you're doing some collaborative work now. How is this helpful for you to separate out the technical and the adaptive work?
I think it is pretty easy. It seems easy to collaborate when you're just looking at the technical work, like send the agreement, if both people agree, that's it. But when you move towards adaptive, it requires relationship again, like going back to that, it requires you to be on the same page and have the same motivation. And I think it's more meaningful and set up likely for more sustainability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lisa, I appreciate that a lot. The other thing about technical and adaptive work that kind of relates to that is, let's say that one of the things we decide in our community is that we want crosswalks so that the kids can get to school safely, or so that we can get to the store safely in our rural community. So we set the crosswalk up. Does that mean everybody uses it? No. Right? So you can implement technical things, and for the most part, we hope those technical things fix whatever problem we had decided existed. But it doesn't mean that everybody cares enough to follow the technical solution we had. Therefore, there's always an adaptive side to our work. And in general, if you create an MOU in your community, two coalitions or two organizations decide to work together on something, an MOU is a technical piece. So we can put things in writing. That's something we can get an authority to help us do, or an expert to help us do, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we follow it. So there's always this other side that I think is the bigger struggle for most of us. Anybody else, something that this is helping you think about related to your coalition work or your collaboration work?
Well, as I look at it, I see it's what I said. It takes patience, it takes time, that adaptive work. You know, I'm coming into a community. They don't know me. I have to build trust.
Yeah.
I have to, help them with the learning process of making the change from this is the way we've always done it to here's a new model.
Yeah.
And it has me, it really is on my back to do that work because they're already there. They already know each other, trust each other.
Right.
I got to help them trust me.
Yeah. That's tougher, isn't it, Robert? They have a lot of shared history together that you don't have with them. Yep.
Yeah, that may be true. I understand that. Being open, right? And being honest with oneself and with others right from the get-go. As far as building trust goes, I don't walk around in life in a state of non-trust. I meet individuals openly in an trusting way. Dealing with that with individuals that have issues with trust, like communities that may be more closed and they're used to their regular folks. It's a little bit more difficult. I don't quite understand the mind frame. I do, but I can't put myself there. I'm here to help build coalitions with individuals and better other people's lives. So to do that, it requires a little bit of openness. It's a give and take. And it's a beautiful experience when it works well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Spencer, you may get some invites to come work with other people with your very curious and open attitude. So I appreciate that. And I do think that one of the things that does make it hard, I think somebody in the KHF conference room voiced this earlier about the lack of trust in systems. There are many times I've seen processes in place or people trying to collaborate, and it is not a trustworthy system because, one example of that is the lady that we saw on the cliff. So it feels more like somebody is saying, this is what we're going to do, or exercising authority to say, this is what we're going to do, and not really bringing the other stakeholders along. So we know that the process is not necessarily trustworthy. My needs aren't going to be met in that kind of collaboration because somebody is trying to push work forward that doesn't meet needs for me. So the last piece that I wanted to cover is another Kansas Leadership Center tool, but I'm hoping that we can have some discussion around it so that you can see how this could be helpful. So again, when we are trying to do the adaptive work on collaboration, one of the things that makes it really hard is the relationships we have to have with other people. There's processes we have to be attentive to as well. There's power dynamics we have to be attentive to. And but I want to see how we can possibly map out a way to collaborate with each other. So rather than having people go into breakout rooms related to this, I think we can just have a discussion about it, but I am going to give you a few minutes to work on this on your own. So if you got the handouts that I posted in the chat, then this is one of the handouts in there. If you didn't get the handouts, you can always just draw this on a piece of paper. So in the middle, it says your issue. So the way to create a faction map is you must be clear on what the issue is, the adaptive issue is that you're trying to make progress on. So this, let's say that the issue is that you're trying to save your community. So I'm going to go back to the community group that I was working with. So the issue is, how do we successfully maybe make our community be more vibrant or healthy? So that's the issue we're trying to make progress on. You can imagine in any community, there's going to be different groups of people who hang together or hold together because they have similar ways they think about this. How do we make our community more vibrant or healthy? And so we call those groups factions, and we use that term purposely because these groups of people come to community meetings or they come to the metaphorical table to work on the issue, but they don't always hold the same opinions about things and care about the same things. So what you can do with this map is, number one, put what the issue is that you're trying to make progress on in the middle. Start to name the groups of people, you might call them stakeholders, but groups of people who have something in common, and you could give that each group of people a name, and we would, I would suggest you name them as positively as possible. So for example, you wouldn't name a faction the naysayers, because most people don't like to be called, or they don't want to join the faction of naysayers, right? So if you can give a faction a positive name or a more honorable name, it really helps us honor what they bring to the table. Every faction brings something of value to this conversation. What tends to get in the way, or why we don't like those factions, is because what they bring isn't something we care about, or the way they bring it is something we don't feel competent or confident about our ability to handle. But every faction brings something of value to a conversation. So if you could name for that faction, what does this faction really care about or value? Especially they care about it enough or value it enough, they'd be willing to defend it. Right? So when we get to values for factions, then we're really talking about something that is deep. It's something that they hold very dearly to them. Every faction also tends to have loyalties either to a person who does things the way that they like, or to a process. Like I think, Robert, you brought up, the way we've always done it is a loyalty. It's a loyalty to a process in an organization or community. Oftentimes in our nonprofit worlds, we have, for example, we have EDs that will leave, especially when they were founders. We have a certain way we've done things in our organization, and if we liked our ED, we have loyalty to that ED. So the next ED that comes in will have a bit of a challenge sometimes, because the people who work there are still loyal to the previous ED. So you see dynamics like that happen a lot in organizations, especially in transitions. It doesn't have to be just the ED. But one of the things that we do know is that loyalties can be so strong, they will trump values. So one way you can see this is that when people adhere to the loyalties that they have, they may decide to do something contrary to what they said they valued to protect the loyalty. I'm trying to think of an example of that. Some friends of mine were talking the other day about they value quality education. And when they started to look at their loyalties, what they recognized and what they were really loyal to was a particular community that didn't have the best education for their kids, but because they were so loyal to that community, that they put their kids in that school anyway, the school that didn't have the higher ratings. So that trumped the values that they said they held. So there are examples of that you'll see a lot if you'll start to dig into people's loyalties. The other thing that can be particularly strong when it comes to factions is the sense of loss or risk that those factions take by being at the table or by being at the community meeting, for example. If you're trying to save your community and you really want a community center, or you really want to have childcare, and that's something that you dearly value, and the way that the conversation is going in the community is away from childcare, or it's away from that community center, your sense of loss or anticipated loss increases greatly. And if it's something dear to you because you have children at home who you cannot find care for so you can work, you're going to come to that community meeting with some pretty strong feelings about that, right? It's impacting your life that you don't have the kind of childcare you need, for example. So this sense of loss or risk, even if it's anticipated loss or risk, people will still respond in the same way. So it's helpful to understand those losses. Another thing I often will maybe name for people, think about, for anybody, think about the last meeting that you were in where there were some factions who came with a lot of negative energy or a lot of emotional energy to the meeting. One of the things that that's telling you, or an interpretation that you could make, is that that faction is actually giving you data to let you know that I am really, really, really sensing that I'm going to risk or lose something I deeply care about. That's what that emotion is telling you. They're not telling you, hey, I'm difficult, or hey, I don't care about what you care about. What they're really telling you is, I risk something I deeply value. I risk losing it. And so I think it's helpful to remember that that's why factions are valuable to us. One of the reasons they're valuable to us is because they can help us understand what they risk. There's two other little boxes that you'll see in each faction box. And it says degree to which they care about my issue. So however you've named the issue in the center, excuse me, the degree to which that faction cares about your issue, of course, that's your own interpretation of the rating, but 10 would be high, 1 would be low. So a 10 would be, I think this person, this faction really cares about the issue. And the degree to which they need that faction in order to make progress is, again, a 1 to 10. A 10 would be high, I really need that faction to make progress, and a 1 could be low. An example of this could be, so most of you are probably representing nonprofits. Nonprofits are always needing funding. And so you may have an issue that you deeply care about, and that one of the factions you may name on here, since KHF Conference Room is in the room, let's use KHF. I dearly love KHF, so this is not meant to be a negative thing. But let's say that one of the factions you name is KHF because they're a funder, right? KHF values a lot of things, deeply cares about a lot of things in our Kansas communities. They are loyal to certain people, loyal to certain ways of doing things, loyal to the things that they care about, and they do stand to lose some things whenever they put out grants or they collaborate in certain ways. Maybe you say that the degree to which you need the faction of KHF is high because you need the funding. So that's an example. You may or may not know how much they care about your issue. Probably if you got funding from them, they do care about your issue. But there may be times when you need them because of something they bring to the table. They may or may not be as affiliated with the particular issue that you have on the faction map. What I'd like for you to do is, I'm going to be quiet for just a couple of minutes, and I'd like for you to start to map out a faction map related to an issue that you care about, and hopefully it's a collaboration issue of some sort. So again, collaboration can be between groups of people, can be between teams, it can be between organizations, coalitions, etc. So whatever level of collaboration you want to name your issue around is fine, but start to name the factions out as positively as you can, and then start to list what each faction really values or cares about, what they are loyal to or who they are loyal to, and then what they stand to lose. So I'll give you a few minutes to just see what you can start to learn by mapping that out. And I will try to put the handouts in the chat again. So I'll be quiet for a couple minutes. All right, you got started. You'll need to finish this faction map because it does take some time, but my hope is that it helped you start to see some factions maybe in different ways, or started to elevate the value that that faction brings as it relates to the issue that you're trying to work on, or the collaboration that you're trying to work on. There was a time early on in our KLC evolution where we had mentors that we brought in to help us really try to think about our curriculum. And related to faction maps, we were using these at a conference one time, and I happened to be sitting next to Marty Linsky. So some of you who've been connected with Kansas Leadership Center back in our early days when Marty used to be around a lot, he was sitting next to me, and part of the conversation we were supposed to have with someone sitting next to us was to talk about a faction or a person that we struggled with in the relationship. And I happened to bring up an old boss of mine because I still remembered how tense I got and how much I regretted how the relationship went over time. But he said, well, describe your old boss. So I did. And I just said, well, she was an Italian, short Italian, loud mouthed, really liked, kind of more of an authoritarian style. And she wanted things to be done her way. And he said, well, what did she care about? What did she stand to lose in the relationship? And I said, I don't know. And I don't care. And he looked at me and he said, Joyce, if you cannot step into the shoes of other people and other factions, you will never make progress in those kinds of relationships, ever. He said, if you cannot see what she cared about, what was driving her, what she was loyal to, and what she stood to lose if things didn't go the way that she felt like they needed to for this organization, then, forget it. You just will never collaborate well, or you will always struggle with the relationship. That story has stuck with me, or that experience has stuck with me for a very long time. But it really helped elevate this idea that all factions matter and all factions bring something that we can care about and should care about because they're helpful. So just in the last couple of minutes, I know we just have 2 more minutes left, 2 questions for you. You can respond to either of them or both. I'm just wondering, from what we have talked about so far, what are you becoming aware of related to successful collaboration? And then maybe what might you try next in order to continue to work on or build the successful collaboration muscles, if you feel like you need to work on those? So anybody that can jump in here, I'd love to hear a couple comments, and you can also put it in the chat.
I've picked up definitely being more open to other people's views, ideas, not immediately saying no.
Thanks, Bonnie. Anybody else? Feel free to come off mute and step in.
That often things that are new outside of individuals or groups' comfort zone can come out as fearful reactions or internal fear, and which may stop individuals from collaborating.
Yeah, absolutely, Spencer.
Hinder. Sorry.
No, that's fine. All right, well, keep thinking about this. I hope that these tools are just helping you start to think about what are some things that I could do differently if I really want to build these relationships and have more successful collaboration. So I'm hoping that those tools will be helpful for you. So this is our start for the morning. Cindy, I think we're going to break next, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
That is correct. We're gonna head to break and have you come back at 9:45, and we'll do part 2.
Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Mm, Well,
Well, it's 9:45. Welcome back, everyone. And I will not reintroduce Joyce since I will not read Joyce's bio again, but we will carry on with Joyce's second session on developing relationships and collaboration through appreciative inquiry. So I will let you take it away, Joyce. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Cindy. So yeah, let's just pick up where we left off, and we're going to shift a little bit of our focus to how we can approach collaboration from an appreciative inquiry approach. So we're going to learn a little bit more about that theory and see how we can put it into play. So if you have the handouts, you'll need those. And Cindy, was there anybody new that came in during the break? Nope. Okay, so everybody should have gotten the handouts in the chat. And you will need the second handout for what we're going to do the last half of this talk. I'm also going to ask you all, I'm warning you now, I'm going to ask you all to have conversations with each other. For those of you on Zoom, at the last part of this talk today, I'll put you in breakout rooms. For those of you that are in the KHF conference room, feel free to just turn to somebody else in the room and you can have this conversation. This is one of those places where if you don't practice the skill, you will not develop the skill. And so that's why I'm asking you to practice it. And especially you may end up practicing it with a total stranger in this course, and that's great because then you don't have to worry so much about relationship. But what I'm asking you now is to be thinking about an issue that you are trying to collaborate around or trying to make some progress on. You could even bring up something that's not specific to collaboration, although this would be an interesting exercise to do, especially around collaboration. But I want you to think about some issue you're trying to make progress on that you could bring to a conversation with somebody else in this class that you get paired with. I am asking you to bring that issue and I'm asking you to show up for each other. Please do not leave because your peer needs you to be there so you can practice what we're going to practice at the end. Practice does not mean perfection either. Practice means please practice for purposes of making this skill permanent. So that's my disclosure in the beginning. This is where we're headed and I just want you to show up. So we were talking about collaboration. We've talked a little bit about what makes it hard, and some of you hope we're thinking about what makes that kind of work hard for you specifically. And then we went over some tools that could be helpful in helping you think about how you're approaching others for purposes of collaboration. So to continue this idea, let's bring in the theory of appreciative inquiry and see how we can use this theory in a way that could be helpful. So for some of you, you may not be familiar with the idea or the theory, and so we'll spend a little bit of time. In fact, I'm going to show you a short video to help describe why I think it's helpful and important. But I'm showing you this slide now because I think this is the typical way that most of us approach issues that we're trying to solve. And so generally we put the problem in the middle. Like I'm going to use an example of we're losing valuable employees from our organization. And we put that in the middle. And then if we go up where the arrow is pointing from the middle, we tend to just identify with that issue, and we identify with the sense of loss that comes with that. So that's how we name the issue we're trying to solve for. And then we start to analyze causes. Maybe we do some root cause analysis, or we try to look at, well, why are we losing these people? And then we generate solutions to maybe we do some exit interviews, or we start to gather data that in the causes that tells us maybe here's some things we can try, some things that we can improve in our organization to maintain our employees, and then we implement those. So that's typically how we look at problem solving. The work of appreciative inquiry gives us another way that we can look at problem solving that looks quite different than this. And the work comes to us from David Cooper-Ryder from Case Western Reserve University and his colleagues there. And one of the things that that David and his colleagues distinguished is the difference between how we look at these problems that we're having as with a problem focus, which is the map I just gave you. And problem focus results in us just restoring things to a status quo level. When we can take an appreciative inquiry approach, appreciative inquiry really focuses on what's right, what's going well, and generating new possibilities from that perspective. And so we think about it as more of a generative approach. So I think it could be helpful for us to watch a video. I'm going to stop sharing that. And let's see if we can learn a little bit about, just in a brief 4-minute segment, about appreciative inquiry, and then we'll pick up after the video. So let me see if I can get this done right so that you can hear it. Share my screen here. Tell me.
Hi, I'm Jackie Kelm. I'm a business consultant and I'm an author of several books on the principles of appreciative inquiry. And in this video, I'm going to give you a whirlwind overview of appreciative inquiry. So let's get started. Back in the 1980s, there was a low-budget hotel named the Omni Hotel that was right across the street from the Cleveland Clinic. The clinic decided to buy the hotel and fix it up so that family members would have a convenient place to stay while loved ones were getting treated. They put a lot of money in to fix it up, but kept the original management team who continued to run it like a low-budget motel. The staff fought terribly with each other and service was awful. The clinic hired PhD student David Cooperwriter to help them out, along with his advisor Suresh Srivastava from Case Western Reserve University. Now, traditionally in a situation like this, consultants would apply a problem-solving approach to fix the management problem. Common solutions might be to replace some of the management team or send them to training in the hope they would get along better. David Cooperwriter did neither. Instead, he piloted the first appreciative inquiry intervention. Here's what he did. He brought the management team up to Chicago to spend a week in a highly rated 5-star hotel. He gave them explicit instructions that they were to ask about, notice, and study best practices and what the 5-star hotel staff did well for an entire week. They were not to notice or comment on anything they did not do well. So they went up to employees and asked about what worked, and they looked for strengths everywhere. And at no time were they to talk about or think anything about their own hotel. At the end, they agreed to give a report back to the 5-star hotel of what they found. And when the week was up, they delivered the report with all the strengths and successes and good things they found. And the 5-star hotel was so grateful, they put on a grand banquet at the end for the Omni Hotel staff to thank them. The managers went back home so inspired and full of ideas, they completely turned things around, and the Omni Hotel became a 4-star hotel within a relatively short period of time with the same people running it. This is the first of many stories of how appreciative inquiry has been used to transform organizations. Another way to explain appreciative inquiry is in relation to problem solving. In this chart, we have a continuum with poor results on the far left and exceptional results on the far right. When a problem occurs, such as the management issues we just talked about, you are getting results that are below what you want or on the left side of the continuum. What we traditionally do then is begin problem solving to fix the issue and return to status quo. In our Omni Hotel example, it would be training or replacing the staff to build an effective management team. You can think of problem solving as restoration or returning to acceptable results. But what appreciative inquiry does is take you into a whole new realm of opportunities. So instead of just fixing the problem, you transform the situation to create an outcome that goes way beyond just fixing the problem. In the Omni Hotel case, they didn't just develop a good management team, which can be difficult and time-consuming. They transformed the entire operation into a 4-star hotel in a relatively short period of time. This is what happens when you apply the appreciative approach and why we refer to it as a generative approach. One of the best places to learn more about appreciative inquiry is the AI Commons at ai.case.edu.
All right.
Appreciative inquiry has been used.
See if I can stop this. Okay. So I am curious about that video and what you just noticed or learned about appreciative inquiry there that you might want to comment on? What stood out to you about this approach as Jackie Kelm described it? What would be hard for you about this approach potentially? And in what ways might you apply it to collaboration?
Is there any way we could see that chart again that shows the poor results, restoration, generation?
I don't have it in my slides, but if you want to get that video, the link is down here at the bottom of my slide.
Okay, great.
Feel free to go watch it. It goes actually longer than what I played for you. I'm going to
Okay.
talk a little bit more about appreciative inquiry here in a minute.
Well, it makes a lot of sense coming from the positive approach. It
Yeah.
just makes it very clear on why that's a good way to do it.
Thank you. Anybody else? What stood out for you?
I think something that stood out for me is that it seems like they trusted the team. They didn't just give up on the people because the people were struggling. They invested back into the people. And I think maybe a risk in that is that you have to trust that they're going to take some personal accountability in growing. So it's kind of a risk investment, but everything is kind of.
Yeah. And Lisa, isn't that remarkable though? They brought the same people that were fighting and not doing well at this hotel and created a different experience for them, a different learning environment for them. And you're right, they did have to decide to make the investment in those same people.
It's very uplifting for those human beings involved too, rather than dump them, to give them that life-changing experience and help them be part of something truly incredible.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then to add onto that, I really think when I'm reflecting on when I felt like I've been in an environment of conflict in a workplace, a lot of it has come with frustration of not understanding what we're doing or why things aren't going right, or not understanding my role, or just frustrations overall with the structure. And so this reminds the people that they are in control of what the culture is at their workplace.
Absolutely. They actually help create that culture, right? Yeah, so keep thinking about, let's keep studying appreciative inquiry, because I do think that there are some nuggets of wisdom in this approach, and I would love to see how you could apply this to the work you're trying to do, especially if you're struggling in collaboration or collaborative efforts in this moment. So let me give you a couple more pointers about appreciative inquiry that I think can be helpful. And one is just some principles that underlie appreciative inquiry. I'm showing you 3 of the 5 that you'll see on that video if you watch the whole video. But I think these 3 are important. So the simultaneity principle says that once we start to ask questions, especially positive and possibility kinds of questions, change starts to happen. So we start to ask questions, people start to change because they start to do the second principle, anticipatory principle, and that is we start to create mental pictures of what's possible. We create these mental pictures of a future, and because we've created the mental pictures, we start to live into those. And then the third principle is the positive principle. By focusing on what's right with a situation, and by focusing on this future aspiration, then it creates more energy, creates more collaboration, it creates more corroboration around what we thought was important, and it also can bring a lot of energy and forward movement. So I think these principles are important to remember, that there's something that happens when we change the questions we're using and the approach we're using to our collaboration. So the appreciative inquiry approach, if you wanted to look this up, again, you can find it either on that AI Commons that Jackie Kelm talked about, or this specific image is from EPI Consulting. I just think it's a great diagram to show you the cycles of appreciative inquiry and how you can walk through it. It's also in your handout. So if you have those handouts, you can look at this. So on defining, that's in the middle, that diamond that's in the middle, and defining the topic, you're really looking at what is the topic of our inquiry. And you want to positively define that, as opposed to putting the problem in the middle. We're looking at the possibility, or what we're really trying to aspire to. So it's important to define that very clearly. It helps us get really clear on what the work is moving forward. And it helps us be clear on purpose, etc. So what is this kind of more generative topic that we're trying to make progress on? And then number 2 goes straight up to number 2, and that's discover. And this is about appreciating the best of what is, right? So we're discovering it based on dialogue. We have to have conversation about what works. So we're looking at best practices, and when we've done things well related to this issue, what has been successful. And one of the things that we recognize, or the communities often recognize, or organizations do when they get into this stage, is it starts to help them recover and remember what was positive when we were successful and we were using our strengths and leaning into that. So it helps us hold on to that and bring it to the dream stage, which is number 3 on the right-hand side. So we're imagining what could be, and imagination, or imagining, uses some of the past achievements we've had and successes we've identified in the discovery stage, and helps us imagine what else is possible. Again, this is an aspiration stage, but it helps us imagine new possibilities or a preferred future that we want to head towards. And so again, we're looking at what's best, what might be, and it gives people more aspirations, more hopes that their wishes might come true. Number 4 at the bottom of this design is designing what will be. So based on the aspirations we listed in the dream stage, then we're talking about bringing those stories together that people offer and discovering what we could create. So we call it bringing the best of what is together into what might be and what could be, and then by narrowing this down to what should be. That's what our ideal is. And then step number 5 is destiny. So it's creating what will be. And so the 5th stage helps us identify design, how we will deliver things. It's really more about creating structure around the work that we're trying to do, etc. So you may notice that this feels different than a problem-solving approach. It has some similarities, but it's always focused on the positive. Now, this is not, I've heard some people say, well, that's kind of Pollyanna because, there's so many problems and things that we deal with. But I will tell you that the research would suggest that this kind of approach to making progress actually, well, you saw it in the Omni Hotel example. It actually can bring organizations and collaborations more success than using that traditional problem-solving approach. So, for example, one organization that I was working with not too long ago, they have multiple sites, and they're trying to work across these multiple sites. They were noticing they were losing a lot of employees that they really cared about, and so they got very clear about what they wanted to do. And they wanted to create a more inclusive and equitable culture so they could increase their employee retention. Okay, so that was the goal, increasing employee retention. We're going to create these inclusive and equitable cultures. So in discovery, they're going to look at how to create the culture. When have we created that? When have we, in the past, when have we been leaning into our strengths around this? And they get a lot of examples from people who are in that organization to be able to name what that feels like, what it looks like, what it sounds like, etc. In Dream, we're moving from what exists to defining what that could be or what might be 6 months down the road, 1 year down the road, 3 years down the road, when employees want to stay at this organization because now the culture feels more equitable and inclusive to them. So those are the aspirations. In the design phase, this organization would kind of roll up their sleeves to move forward to that desired state. So they design some smaller steps. They may design some longer steps or bolder steps to put into action to make that dream come to life. And then in number 5, the deliver or destiny move, it's designing how they will embed that work into the organization's culture. So it's one thing to create policies and procedures, for example. It's another thing to embed it so that people actually follow that and value what those policies and processes bring to the work that they're trying to accomplish. So positive approach, we're looking at what works and building on the strengths that people have. So any questions about this appreciative inquiry and maybe looking at this cycle as a way to make progress. All right, so I told you earlier on, I was going to ask you to get into some rooms with each other and do some practice around not walking through those steps, but asking the kinds of questions that may help you get through those steps. You're going to have a shortened conversation with somebody else. It will be fairly short given the time that we have left. What I'm going to ask you to do, though, number one, remind you to show up. We need you to be there in the room so that your peer has a good experience with you as well, and that both of you get something out of this experience. You will need the handout. The last page of your handout should have a list of questions on it. And so it will look something like that. It'll say energize others with powerful questions. You can also access this. The reference is not on my slide, but it may be in your handout, maybe on your handout at the bottom. So if you want to find those questions again, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You're going to be in a room with one other person. So you need to decide when you get in there who person A is and who person B is. Person A, you're going to talk about that challenge that's on your plate. So this is something you want to make progress on. Person B, I would love for you to use only questions from this list of powerful questions that you got. As much as possible, just use questions from that handout. If you need to modify the question ever so slightly because the way it's worded would never roll out of your mouth, then I get it. Make the words flow in a way that's meaningful for you. But these are all appreciative inquiry questions. So we're just practicing using them. We're not practicing doing great coaching. We're not practicing perfection. We're just practicing having a great conversation and see what happens when you use different questions than you're used to using. All right. So I'm only going to give you 10 minutes to have this conversation. So it's going to be pretty short. Do not change roles. So whoever has the challenge, you stay in that place. Whoever's asking questions, stay in that role as well. When we come back, we will switch roles. Actually, you know what? I will not come back because it will actually give you more time in the room to not come back out. So after 10 minutes, you'll switch roles. So whoever had the challenge, now you're asking the questions. Person B, now you're presenting the challenge. Okay, so I changed my mind. I'm not switching roles. You'll have 20 minutes in the room. And my hope is that you'll have some pretty great conversations. Again, I just want you to practice the questions. That's what I'm asking. So let's see. How many people are here, Cindy? I think I can get you in about 6 rooms. And Cindy, do you want to go in a room? No. Okay. All right. So let me see if I did that right. It looks like we have pairs. We may have a room with 3. And if that's the case, oh, conference room, you're the 3. You're the 3rd. So you all can create your own pairs or triplets in the room if you need to, and somebody can be an observer. So I'm going to put 20 minutes on the clock. Again, after 10 minutes, will you please just trade roles so that everybody has a chance to ask questions and be asked questions. And I want you to just focus on what does it feel like, or what do I learn or experience by being asked these kinds of questions. Okay. All right. I'm going to open the rooms and go have great conversations. You will need to join your room. All right, Cindy, any thoughts or comments? Oh, I'm sorry, they're going to hear me if I talk.
We muted ourselves, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Hi, Amanda. We're in breakout rooms right now. We'll be coming back here in a few minutes. Hey, Tyrena. Tyrena, can you hear me? Cindy, I'm just gonna hand it back to you when they get back. I'll take a couple of comments and then I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Joyce.
All right, welcome back. I know for some of you, you may have been in mid-conversation. I'm sorry to rip you back out into this room, but we are about out of time. So just in the couple minutes we have left, I would love to hear from at least two of you who did practice and you use these questions to try to make progress on an issue that you cared about. What was your experience like, either from asking questions or from being asked these kinds of questions? And anybody can just jump in.
I gotta say this, I had a great partner in Nicole, and Nicole says, I don't have an issue that I think I can deal with this, but let's see what, and so she starts asking me questions. And then we figured out that she had something that she really was passionate about.
Lovely.
And that we could really work through those questions and come up with a way to help her, you know, to deal with the issues that she was dealing with. So
good. Thanks for being good peers for each other and helping each other out.
Exciting.
Yeah, and thanks for stepping in, Nicole. Anybody else?
Yeah, Nicole here, and I'll add in that Robert was a great partner, and yeah, I think those questions are worded really, really well to make you stop and like really think about it, which I think was something that we both did. We're like, oh, that's a really good question. And yeah, it was a very helpful exercise.
Nicole, were there any particular questions that helped you more than others?
I like the what's been your major learning insight or discovery so far? That one was, I really liked that one.
Yeah, good. So again, you can hear the positive slant to that kind of question.
Yeah.
So it's one of the reasons we have it on this list.
I love the last question.
The what seed may we plant today?
Yes.
What did you like about that, Robert?
I just thought, I mean, Nicole says what she needed was people to advocate for her cause, you know, and to really let others know about it. And I was like, I'm on board. let me know what you, I mean, that was fantastic. And that question, I would have never even thought about asking that question. What can I do for you? How can I support, but not just her, what can we do together?
Yeah.
You know,
I love that. Love the spirit of that and the curiosity involved in that kind of question too, right? Really makes you think about what's possible. Somebody else.
Working with Candy was
Yeah.
great. Got along well in that collaboration, and I enjoyed being person B, asking the questions, and seeing her responses and what commonality and struggles, what was the common struggle? Is there any connections there? So with others, so it was pretty good. It was great.
Thanks, Spencer. Candy, you're nodding a lot. Do you have a response to that or want to share your experience?
I just really liked, this has been a really long struggle of ours. And I feel like coming into this, I felt like I had been really open-minded and come around to quite a few things. But working with Spencer, we realized that, maybe I had some assumptions even in the questions that I was asking myself to try and see it from their angle. And so he posed some things I hadn't even considered or thought of. And so it was, I definitely felt like we could have spent a lot more time going through it. It was really helpful.
Yeah. Thanks, Candy and Spencer. Lisa, I saw you nodding too. You want to chime in?
Yeah, I was just thinking that I wish we could have like a day where nonprofits got together and kind of helped each other through some of these things, because I think it's nice to know you're not alone in all of this.
Yeah.
I resonated with some of the people. I was going through your sessions and I was like, oh, this makes sense. Oh, I totally understand it. And then I got in the breakout room and Sarah was so great. She has some prior experience with this, and all of the ideas and problems in the top of my head were technical. And it was really challenging for me to go into like, okay, what is the culture? What is some processing, overall organizational struggles we're having.
Mhm.
And that was just something I think my brain usually goes into fix it mode.
Absolutely.
Which is the things right in front of us. And it's like, okay, wait, what's kind of the overlying thing? And that was so helpful for me. And I feel like inspired to do that more.
Lovely. Go ahead. Somebody was going to talk.
I was just me clearing my throat.
Okay. Thanks, Spencer. So some of the comments you all are bringing in, you're starting to pull in some of those other tools we talked about, some of the other language and ideas we talked about in the first part of my session, and then connecting that with the power of asking these kinds of questions and how that may help you make progress. So let's even more intentionally bring those other tools back in some way. So what are you learning about the use of these ideas or the use of these kinds of tools that will help you make progress on your collaboration? So I'd love to hear from some other voices as well, or those of you who have already spoken up. If you want to add some more insights, that's great. So you can pull in the faction map, you can pull in getting clarity on purpose. For example, you can pull in the model of appreciative inquiry.
Just one of the things that was helpful for me is was thinking of an answer for all these questions in relation to what you're working on, what your passion is, what you want to work towards. It really helps to verbalize it to somebody, to just see what their thoughts are, just see how it sounds when it comes out of your mouth, and just think about it through the lens of those questions. It helps you think.
Good. Thanks, Matthew. Sometimes I have to speak out loud to hear myself think too. So it really does.
Same
help to
here. I do that
verbalize.
all the time.
Yeah. Anybody else? This appreciative inquiry list at the Community Engagement Institute, we've used this for many years intentionally, because we do find that by and large, people have really positive experiences exploring the use of questions and exploring the use of sequencing questions to help create a better conversation and more of a positive focused conversation. So you notice that those questions started on the list with questions that you could use to focus attention or get really clear on your intention for the conversation. I didn't ask you to do this, but one of the things that you can do is start these kinds of conversations with a question like, what's a good outcome for this conversation? It makes you get very focused on your intention from the get-go, right? And then, so you explore lots of questions about how to get into the conversation, get really clear on the conversation and what you're trying to work on, and then pull in some of those questions in the middle of the list. So questions that help you create more awareness, create more possibilities, and connect a lot of those ideas together. And every idea that you bring up or every interpretation you might have made about what was going on in your situation offers another option for a way to move forward. So that's where these last questions, the last set of questions can come in really handy, is to ask any of those questions that helps you get clearer and clearer and more granular on the ground with what you want to do moving forward. But this particular set of questions, we actually have them laminated. So half of the questions are on the front of a little card and half of them are on the back. And one of our colleagues from many, many years ago was working with a community group and they were struggling, just meeting after meeting. It was one of those where, oh, this was a waste of my time. You know, why did I come to this meeting? And he brought that laminated card to the meeting, didn't tell anybody he had it. It's kind of under the table, but he started asking questions off of this card. And the community conversation was so different. People's experience of each other and around this topic was so different. One of the guys in the room came up to him later and he said, dude, you're so wise. You're like Yoda asking these questions. So we affectionately call this our Yoda card. And so I would invite you to also, if you want to make your own Yoda card, you know, you can shrink this down and put it onto a card, and you can use these questions in meetings and just see what happens and see how the conversation moves differently, especially around ideas around collaboration. See what you can learn from doing that. So I see some comments in the chat, and Lisa, yeah, you can use this kind of tool in conflict resolution. You can use it for collaboration. You can use it just for any kind of conversation. So my hope, though, is that you will experience something different because of the use of these questions. They are not problem-solving focused questions, right? They're focused on what's possible and helping generate more possibility rather than just focusing on a status, getting back to a status quo place. So we still have a few more minutes before I hand this back to Cindy. So I do want to just keep the room open for any other questions or conversations you'd like to have around collaboration. Again, it can bring in any of the tools we've talked about, or you can focus on a collaboration you're trying to make progress on and see if folks can give you some input. So anybody that would like to step in, please feel free.
Have you used this with families and doing collaboration among families?
With a family-owned business, I did. So you could, I don't know why you can't use it with families. I think it's probably a very different conversation than what I experience most families having. But I did use it with a family-owned business at one point. And again, it just changed how they were focusing on what they wanted for their business. So I found it to be really useful. Was there a thought behind the question around using it with families?
Oh, I'm just thinking about internally making plans for a move or a retirement or, you know, anything like that, that could move the conversation along. Because sometimes there's some pretty interesting dynamics in any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be a great experiment. I hope you do it. Anybody else? What's coming to mind?
I almost wonder if this is something that, because I work with youth,
Uh-huh.
I wonder if this is something that like we could kind of model for our students.
Yeah.
This form of communication, and a lot of our kids do not have a lot of are behind in social skills also. And so, teaching them this form of understanding, I think might be really powerful.
Yeah, Lisa, I do find it helps people to have the cheat sheet. For a while, I'm calling it a cheat sheet, just because then they don't have to think of the correct questions in the moment. They can choose questions in the moment. The more people use these kinds of appreciative inquiry questions, though, the more they get to be better listeners, actually. So they listen to the responses they get, and then they realize that that helps drive the next question. And the next question comes out of a place of curiosity, not out of problem solving. And so I think that the more people practice, they just get better and better and better at listening and then asking better questions. There's obviously, I mean, we've all been asking questions all of our lives, especially why. But I think the more that you practice being curious, and the more you practice being a great listener, you will have better and better questions that emerge, because the question's just there to ask, right?
Okay, go ahead.
And these questions are mostly what questions and how, which is that is the way to communicate with people. Asking why is almost never a good approach, whether you're working with teens or seniors or anybody in between, because it puts people immediately on the defensive. And these questions are designed to explore and to really discover something new.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why is a tricky question starter, because oftentimes why is used with attitude. It's the why did you do that kind of questions, right? And you are so right that will get you on the defensive faster than just about anything else.
And so if you're tempted to ask a why question, all you have to do is put a little extra thought into it.
Yes.
And how to reposition your question with what or how.
And let's play with why for a second. If I asked you, why is this important to us? That could be powerful.
Yes, you could also say, what is important to you about that? Or how is this important?
Thank you. Thanks for elevating. I didn't have time in this talk to talk about construction of the conversation questions that you use, but what and how will typically generate more possibility and discovery in conversations rather than why questions, unless you use why for getting to purpose, right? That purpose map that I showed you. If you're asking, why is this important to us? That's a good use of why. But most of the time in our general conversations, we don't use why very well or very powerfully. So,
and anytime you can teach it to other people, I'm thinking about the teens, that is a huge skill to help the teens develop as well. And they can have a lot more success, I think, in their life by you not only using the questions on them, but teaching them how to use questions like this.
Yes, kind of like what Lisa was talking about too with the younger folks. Well, I think I'm out of time. I just want to say thank you for being here with me. Thank you for just giving me an opportunity to meet many of you. Most of you I don't know. And so it's been a lovely experience with you all. So thanks again.
Joyce, thank you so much for presenting today. It was a great presentation. I'll have to talk to you more about how we do more sessions around collaboration. But
absolutely.
Thank you so much. Let's give Joyce a round of applause.
I put my email in the chat. If anybody wants to have a conversation with me at some point, just email me.
Thank you very much. And our next session will start at 11 o'clock, using donor stewardship to maintain your audience and grow their support. So I look forward to seeing you all back at 11 o'clock.
Wonderful. I have a question really quick.
Yes.
I have a meeting at, I have to leave around 1. Will I be let back in the room or do I stay? Just
no,
leave my computer?
We'll let you back in.
Do I leave the computer on? Or?
No, you can just log back in if you'd like. It's just
Log
like
back in.
whatever you want to do.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Kirsten.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How's
That's
the
a good.
morning been going?
Good.
Good.
I am going to make you a co-host.
Fantastic.
Jessa, do you need to be a co-host for any reason?
Well, Cindy, I was just gonna let you know, I can help monitor the chat and for some Q&A if you would like to do that as well.
Sure.
Great.
Yikes.
Yikes.
That's a very, on my screen, that is a very large photo of me. And that's always a little disconcerting.
Cindy, this is Connie.
Hi, Connie.
Hey, we were hoping that there would be a couple of vistas over here at Kansas Health Foundation.
Health Foundation, yep. And I was hoping there would be too, and that's what Angela told me, but maybe they decided not to come over there. I don't know.
Well, the folks that are here are really interested in interfacing with some other folks that, and so if you have a way of encouraging them, is it Spencer, I think?
Robert De Leon.
Yeah, if you want to come over.
I'm open, yeah.
Yeah, we're actually not at KLC, we're next door at the Kansas Health Foundation upstairs. So they'd love to have you over here if you want to come.
I try to encourage people with a free lunch.
I could give you my personal email really quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can drop that in the chat.
It's just my first and my last name. Spencer Allen, 800@gmail.com. If you can give me the specifics on address and time and location, we can get together and figure something out.
Can you send that over to him, Cindy?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Great, thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. Wait, is it SL Allen at shockers.wichita.edu? Is that it?
Yes, it is. But
you want to go to
Spencer Allen 800 is a whole lot easier to remember and write down.
Spencer Allen 800 at
gmail.com.
Gmail.
Yeah. My university one is slallen@shockers.wichita.edu. And although I do like using it, it's pretty long address.
Yeah. Like for like 1 minute.
Okay. Can Connie help a new member get his members only? Get in through members only?
No, she doesn't know how to do that. I'm really the only one that can do that.
Will you get them started and then jump off, or?
I mean, I can do it later today.
Mr. Lane's here. He would just like to get it for school.
Oh, yeah.
So. We'll just reach back out to him later today.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what happened here?
No. For whichever one. So we didn't put them in every bag. So we don't-
Well, welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. And I am thrilled to introduce Kirsten Hill, who is the Director of Nonprofit Solutions for Firespring. Kirsten Hill is a Nebraska native, born and raised in North Platte. So she's not too far from us. So she was born not too far from us here in Kansas. She graduated from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. With almost 2 decades in nonprofit management and fundraising, she has raised over $20 million for Nebraska nonprofit organizations and worked to better train and equip nonprofit leaders and board of directors. And we're excited to have her present today on using donor stewardship to maintain your audience and grow their support. And I will let you take it away.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be with all of you today. Looking forward to talking about donor stewardship. This is really one of my favorite topics, and I think there's hopefully some little nuggets in here that everyone can grasp. All right, want to make sure everyone can see my screen there. Everything look right? All right, then let's go ahead and jump in and get started. As you indicated, my name is Kirsten Hill. I'm the Director of Nonprofit Solutions with Firespring, and I am going to tell you a little bit before I get started about Firespring. We are located in the middle of everywhere. We have a headquarters office in Lincoln, Nebraska. We have another office in Omaha, Nebraska, and another in Council Bluffs, Iowa. But we have clients in all 50 states in the United States and in 13 countries internationally. So we are doing a whole lot from right here in the middle of everywhere. FireSpring as a company is committed to providing strategic guidance that is activated through creative solutions in marketing, printing, and technology. So we have a little bit of something to offer in each of those areas, marketing, printing, and technology. But our goal is always to help businesses and nonprofits to prosper. I came to FireSpring from the client side. So I had been a FireSpring client for almost as long as I had been in nonprofit management. And part of the reason I was excited to come here as an employee is FireSpring's commitment to doing more good in our communities. We are the first certified B Corporation in the state of Nebraska, which means that we are certified for public benefit. And we are committed to leveraging our people, our products, and our profits through what we call the power of three. So FireSpring is committed to donating 1% of our profits. That's a minimum of 1%. It's usually in excess of the top of that 1%. The top line revenue gets donated to nonprofit organizations. 2% of our products are donated through in-kind products and services, and 3% of our people. My colleague Chessa is on the call with me today. She's going to be helping to monitor some questions in the chat panel. And all of us, Chessa, myself, all of the other full-time employees at FireSpring, we are not only given 8 hours every single month, but we're really expected to use 8 hours every single month to volunteer for the nonprofits and charitable organizations of our choice. So as a company, FireSpring is committed to, walking the talk and really doing more good in our communities. So that's a little bit about FireSpring. What we are going to talk about today is using donor stewardship to maintain your audience and grow the support of your audience. We are going to talk a little bit about the purpose of donor stewardship. 7 things that you might be doing that are unknowingly driving donors away. And once you're conscious of it, then you can change some of those patterns. Next, 5 tips to boost your donor retention. We all have heard the statistic that it is cheaper and easier to retain a donor than it is to recruit or acquire a new donor. So let's talk about some tips to boost that donor retention. How do we say thank you? I believe that thank you is a really critical part of donor retention. And how do we connect with donors? Building a welcome series. What does that look like when you welcome a new donor into the fold? And some key points in an overall donor stewardship plan. When we finish today, we will wrap up with some action steps. So some things that you can absolutely go out and tackle right away that are going to help you in terms of donor stewardship for your organization. And we'll wrap up with a couple of minutes for live Q&A. But if you have questions in the meantime, throw them up in that questions panel, and Chessa can certainly get to those or break in if she needs to interrupt me. If you happen to be tweeting today, if you like a little social media, you can use the hashtag powered by purpose. You can tag us at FireSpring. If you don't know what tweeting is or how to use a hashtag, then drop a comment in that chat section, and Chessa can get you an upcoming registration for our social media 101 or social media 102 sessions, or we can send you a recording. So let us know if you want a little extra social media help. We provide that as well. All right, so what is donor stewardship? And I think about donor stewardship a little bit like architecture, and it's all about building solid relationships. So what we want to do is, think about the donor who makes that initial gift, and that's the ground level. And so what you want to do is to build that relationship on a really firm foundation. So after your donor makes the initial gift, you want to start things off right. You want to really steward that donor appropriately so that as you continue to build, you send a request, they send a donation, you send a request, they send a donation, there's some thank yous mixed in there, all of those things. But when you are building that relationship, it is really one that is built on a solid foundation, and you really feel like you're in great shape to move everything forward. It's a long-term play as well. It is not something that is going to be done overnight. Donor stewardship and donor relationships take time. It's the nature of the development of the relationship. Next is you need to make sure that you are leveraging the runway. So there is a lead up. You can't constantly be in the process of asking for gift after gift after gift, right? It's sort of it's an ebb and a flow. You ask for a gift, the gift comes in, you send the thank you, you ask for another gift, you might be sending some information and other things that are going back and forth reciprocally to build that relationship. And so you need to think about the times in between those asks, almost like a runway. So you are using that time to get up to speed, to develop the relationship, to, understand the controls and what makes that donor tick, so that when you make that ask, you're ready to take off. Next thing that you want to do is to make sure that you are investing in your donor network. So what you are doing in this time period leading up when you're sort of on the runway is what's going to lead to overall success. And so the first thing you want to do is make sure that you are acquiring donors who care about your cause, right? Because you can do all the stewardship you want, but if a donor doesn't, at the heart of who they are, care about the cause that you are supporting, then it's going to be a much harder endeavor. And so you want to make sure that they're caring about your cause. And if they come to your organization and they don't necessarily know a lot about your cause, then you want to provide them with information, give them the knowledge so that they then take that knowledge and they turn it into emotion and they begin to care about your cause. You want to get your donors to a point that they will take some sort of action when you ask them to. So when you provide them with a call to action, they are ready. And that action could be make a donation, it could be volunteer, it could be sign up for our newsletter. Whatever it is that you want them to do, you want to build that relationship to a point that they are ready to say yes when you provide them with a call to action. And then finally, ideally, the last stage that we want to do is we want people to become advocates. So you want to take your donors and move them from just having that reciprocal donor relationship where they're really out there advocating on behalf of your nonprofit. If you think about the sort of hierarchy of the relationship, I think that's when you know that you will have achieved the highest level of donor stewardship, is when that donor then becomes an advocate for your organization. So I think about it like you're moving your donors along this journey. So everybody starts at the lurker phase, right? I think about myself, and I'm a lurker for a number of organizations, right? I follow them on social media. I am interested in the things that they're doing. I might talk to other people about it. I maybe hear about it on the radio or television, or I see an ad or a flyer, but I'm not engaged in the organization. I'm just sort of on the periphery. We consider that the lurker phase. Next is the interest phase. So I might go from, seeing an ad on social media to maybe looking at a blog or some infographics. I might check out their annual report, maybe read a success story that they've published, or a testimonial for another donor, watch a video, something like that, where I move from just sort of seeing them on the periphery to really taking an interest in what they're doing. From that point, then I'm going to move into the supporter phase. So at that point, I'm going to visit the website. I'm going to really start to develop a relationship here. I'm going to maybe donate to an event or an appeal. I might volunteer, or I might register to, attend a walk, or to, go in and participate in some sort of an event or an activity with them. From that point, then it becomes a retention piece, right? So I've made the initial overt, movement from interest to supporter. I am now on the donor list, and so at that point, then it's a retention matter, right? They no longer need to acquire me as a new donor. I'm in. So how do you retain me? So it might be something like surveying. Why did I come to your organization? What am I most interested in? Sending me blog articles that I might find interesting. Social media posts to keep me informed and educated and engaged with the cause. An email series, perhaps welcoming me, telling me about other things that you might do. A telephone call, maybe it's a thank you or an attempt to get to know me via a phone call, or setting up a meeting. Maybe you want to take me to coffee or go to lunch and have a little bit of a chat. Or you're going to seek my advice. Is there something that I can provide some information or education or knowledge to your organization that I could provide some sort of benefit to your group as part of my relationship with you? Then next is when you move into that, you move the donor into that advocate piece. So in this section, this is where they may leave you a donor review. They might share a Facebook post or another social media post on your behalf, or they're engaging. Maybe you pose a question on your social media page, and they're engaging with the conversation, or they're recommending you to one of their friends or family members, a colleague, as someone who's a great organization or worth donating to. And then when maybe you invite someone else to participate in the process of supporting the organization, that's when you really know, again, that you've moved them from that journey where they're just aware of what's going on, they're somewhat interested in you, all the way to the point that they're advocating on your behalf. And that is really that journey that we want to take donors through. We want to move them from lurker all the way to advocate, so that we can maximize that relationship. And what you can really do is focus on those people that you already have access to. So this is not going to really be about donor acquisition at all. This is about, how do you retain those donors? How do you get someone from being that first time donor or maybe a repeat donor and move them through the journey to be an advocate? We don't have necessarily a donor attraction problem in nonprofits. Most often what we find is that we have a donor attrition problem. Nearly 6 out of every 10 donors who give to an organization do not donate the next year. So that's a tremendous opportunity to take those people who are already committed to your organization and really convert them into regular donors, make your organization their charity of choice, all of those things, as opposed to constantly having to go out and find new donors. So donor retention is how we combat the donor attrition problem. 56% of donors attrited in 2021. So that means that 56% of the donors who made contributions to nonprofit organizations did not come back and repeat those donations in 2021. And that's a problem. If you're looking to get more statistics, then you can certainly check out this AFP. They have a report called the Fundraising Effectiveness Project, and there's some really great information in there about donor retention and donor attrition. So the unfortunate news is that we're losing 56% of donors who aren't coming back to be repeat donors. The good news is we're retaining 44% of the donors. So, definitely take a look at where your donor retention numbers are. See how close you are to these percentages. And here are 7 things that you might unknowingly be doing that might be driving donors away. So this could be part of the reason that those donors are, sort of leaving and not necessarily coming back. So the first is, if you are unclear about your communication, and I know that we all think that we're being very clear because we wouldn't communicate if we didn't think we were being clear. But it sometimes there are things that seem very clear to us that are not clear to other people. So look through your communication. Are you using insider language? Are you using jargon? Are you using just terminology that isn't relating to other people, to people outside of your organization? And so, what can you do to really clarify and clean up your communication? The next piece is asking for money without a reason. Of course, you know that you need to constantly, be asking for money. There's that cycle where you're asking for contributions. And of course, you may know where the money is going. You might know what the intent of that donor solicitation event is, but your donors don't. They aren't privileged to the insider information, and so you need to be really clear about why you're asking for the money. Most donors just want some insight into how their donation is being used, into what it's accomplishing, and keeping them in the loop is going to bode well for asking them for future gifts. The quickest way really to lose a donor is to keep them in the dark about where their donations are going or what you are using those gifts for. So how can you really, keep donors in the loop? If it's too difficult to make a donation, right? If you don't have a QR code to link them directly to the donation page, if you don't have a way to give a donation online, that's huge. I virtually give 100% of my donations online anymore. I needed to make a gift to my church the other day because I had bought some tickets to an event and I needed to pay them for those tickets. And I was so frustrated because I had not had time to sit down, open my checkbook, write out a check, put that check in an envelope, mail it in, or take it by the church. I just didn't have time. I eventually went on and made the donation through PayPal because I needed something that was simple and easy. And donors are a lot like me, right? We need simple and easy. And so if there is no donate button on your website, or if it's not featured prominently, if you are sending visitors to a third-party site in order to complete their donation, so you're sending them to Network for Good or some other PayPal or some other system, if it's not a seamless donation process. These days, people are expecting a clear and easy pathway to make a donation online. And if you don't have that, you're unknowingly, creating roadblocks for people to give to you. If you're making it hard to register, if you're still asking people to, maybe print out a form and mail in a check in order to register for an event. I just gave you an example of someone who makes that difficult, right? My church did that same thing. They didn't have a way that I could buy tickets for that event online. I had to sort of, MacGyver the system in order to complete that donation electronically. Just as with online donations, people really want a quick and seamless online registration process. You're going to increase your attendance. You're going to get people more excited about your events, all of those, if you're using technology for online event registration. If you are not saying thank you, and I happen to think that this is the number one reason that you are unknowingly driving donors away. If you are not giving appropriate recognition and appropriate appreciation, that is the number one reason why donors won't give again. If your thank you message is not immediate, if it is not sincere, then you definitely need to evaluate and improve your donor appreciation strategy. And we're going to give you some examples here at the end, but I think that is probably the number one reason why people don't give again, is they don't feel appreciated when they gave the gift the first time. Next is asking for money every time you say thank you. A thank you should be just that. A thank you is a thank you. A thank you is not an ask. And do not meld those two together. Every single time you communicate with a donor, you should not be asking for anything. You should not be asking for a gift. There should always be some sort of a call to action, right? Like you want them to advocate for you, or you want them to sign up for a mailing list, or you want them to maybe, share this message with a friend, something like that. There can be a call to action, but not every call to action needs to be a request for funding. And if all you do is constantly go back with your hand out, and that's the only time they hear from you, eventually you're going to just drive them away, because they're going to say there's no relationship there, right? Or the relationship is completely one-sided, and they don't want to be a part of those kinds of relationships. And next, if you're not sharing how they are making a difference, they will go somewhere else where someone does tell them not only are they appreciated, but here's why they are appreciated. Here's the impact that those dollars are making. And so you definitely want to make sure that you are following up with those donors and sharing with them how those gifts are making a difference. You don't want to treat your community like an ATM, right? You don't just want to go back over and over again asking for that, immediate gratification, that instant cash withdrawal, so to speak. You really want the focus to be on stewarding those donors so that you're in a position, to ask for contributions of time and talent and treasure for them over the long term, and it's not just a one-time, very transactional relationship. You want the relationship to be long and deep, and one that goes on for a really long time. All right, next, 5 ways that you can boost your donor retention. First of all, when someone gives to you, respond. And respond as soon as possible. Ideally, you want to say thank you within 48 hours. And if you are thinking to yourself, there is no way that I can receive a gift, get everything entered, get everything done, and get a thank you in the mail so that they receive it within 48 hours, then you're thinking too narrowly. There are ways to thank donors that go beyond just a mailed letter or a mailed note. In a test with board members who were calling to thank donors within 48 hours, those who were called averaged 39% more than those who were not called. And they gave 42% more even after a 14-month time period. So think about ways that you might be able to use personal phone calls to give really quick or instant responses to people. Maybe you could use the first 15 minutes of every board meeting and have board members make a personal call to people who made contributions throughout the month. It's a great way to get your board members involved, and it's a great way to do just a little bit of really, one-on-one thank you efforts. So that's the pro tip. I'm going to give you another pro tip. One of the things that I used to do, especially if it was a giving day effort, like a 1-day giving day, Giving Tuesday or Give to Lincoln Day, something like that, I would create a thank you in my email. And I also had one just for like a donation that had come through on our website. I had a signature saved in my email. So in Gmail, you can do it. In Outlook, you can do it. You can create email signatures. And in that email signature, it was a thank you. Thank you so much for making this gift online, or thank you so much for your Giving Tuesday contribution. The gift that you have made is important. Here's where it's going to go. We thank you so much for your support. And so when I would get an email notification that someone had given a gift through our website, I would just go in, I would click on that person's email address, I would pull up that signature, which was the pre-written thank you. I would go in and obviously put the person's name in. Maybe, it was great to see you last week at XYZ event, and I really appreciate your support. Whatever it was, I would sort of personalize the message a little bit, and I would hit send, and I could have a personalized donor thank you out to that donor in less than 5 minutes after they had made the gift, because I had prepped ahead of time. And so you can always create a thank you in your email signature and have it ready to go. And that is just instantaneous. It's really great for those gifts that are given online, or especially through giving days. But there are lots of things you can do, even just a quick phone call or a text message to thank donors within the first 48 hours. Next, you want to invite them to get involved in another way. If we're really wanting to develop a relationship with someone, we don't just call them up and say, hey, would you like to go get married? No, we're going to ask them on a date first. And so this is the same way that we want to start a relationship with donors. You don't just automatically want to go in and ask for a gift all the time. You want to develop a relationship. So that could be a tour of your office. It could be an invitation to an event. Maybe sharing, asking them to share something with their community, or you sharing something with them. Volunteer, ask them to share their time or their talents. Ask them to give input on an upcoming initiative or something that you want to know about. Ask them to take a survey to give you information. There are lots of ways that you can start to build a relationship with a donor that is not just about asking for a gift every single time you contact them. Next, communicate with them regularly. Now, we will send a copy of these slides over to the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber so that you guys can have this sample donor communications plan. You don't have to, try and, I mean, you can always take a screen cap with your phone or a photo of it if you want, but you can also get a copy of these slides as well. So this is just a sample of a first year potential donor communications plan. So from the time that the first gift comes in all the way through the end of the year, how should you be interacting with them? What's the timing? Who is responding? Is it you? Is it the staff member? Is it a board member? Is it a volunteer? And then what's the format? Is it a call? Is it a direct mail? Is it an email or a text message, something like that? This is just a sample. This is not written in stone. You can adjust this however you need, but it's an example of a potential communications plan to show you really how to steward that donor through the first year. Next is make it easy for people to support you. So one of the best things that you can do to retain a donor is to make it easy for them to give to you. Recurring donation options on forms are always fantastic. How can you integrate online donations into a written request? So for instance, if you send a year-end appeal letter, for instance, you may want them to mail in a check, but you may also want to give them a QR code so they can complete the donation online and they don't have to mail anything into you. Publish your address on your website. Make sure that if someone wants to give you a gift, they have a way to get that gift to you and it's easy for them to find out how to get that to you. A perforated donation slip. So if you're sending a year-end appeal, the bottom should be perforated or there should be a separate return pledge card or gift card that gets included with the mailing. A prepaid return envelope. So a return envelope is going to increase the opportunity that that gift is going to come back to you. If it is a prepaid return envelope, you're going to increase the likelihood even more. I never have stamps. Right? So I'm the perfect person who needs a prepaid envelope because I never have stamps. If I have to, again, open my checkbook, write out the check, take the check out of the checkbook, put it into an envelope, and then find a stamp, and then actually take it to my mailbox or take it to the post office, that is a whole lot of steps for me to complete a gift. That's a whole lot of opportunities for me to change my mind or to get distracted or to not complete that donation. So how can you make it the easiest that you possibly can for people to support you? And then, of course, having a mobile-friendly website. If you have a way that people can not only give to you, but can give to you on their smartphones or their tablets, even better. Next, you want to make sure that you are sharing stories and quantifying support. So, give people examples of what their donations go to. So, $1 will $10 will provide 5 meals for a family, or $50 will spay or neuter 10 pets. $1,000 will provide 1 home placement. Those kinds of things. I used to call those dollar statements. So, how do the dollars that are given equate to the services that are being provided in your organization? This example on the right-hand side is one of, I'm not supposed to have favorite clients, but this is one of my favorite clients to work with. This is the Health and Hope Foundation. It's a very small foundation. They have one volunteer only employee, and they do work in Africa primarily, a little bit in Asia, but they have the last year they did just a really, really incredible year-end appeal where they did a uniform lending library. And so they created that. They asked people to buy uniforms for kids to attend public school in I think it was in Kenya, and the goal was then to have this whole library where they could check out a uniform, they would wear it for the school year, then they would check it back in, they would check out the next size, and to really keep kids in quality uniforms so that they can make learning a priority. What I love about this is their annual report. So they did the year-end appeal in December. They sent their annual report in the first quarter of the next year, and one of the primary stories that they shared was an update on the Uniform Lending Library, right? So they had asked for donations specifically for that purpose, and then they followed it up and they said, here is, here is what your dollars are doing. Here is where they're going. A great way to make that connection for donors and really help them see where their gifts are going. I just love the way that they did that. Your annual report, your social media blog, your videos, these are all great opportunities to show donors what their gifts are accomplishing. And make sure that you're telling them, because of you, because of your donations, because of your support, here are the things that are happening. All right, so what about lapsed donors? What about someone who's given a gift and now we haven't heard from them in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever you consider a lapsed donor? The first thing to do, send a personalized letter. If you're trying to bring this person back in, do not send them a Dear Donor letter. Send them a letter that is addressed to them, that is specific to them. Invite them to participate in an event. Maybe ask them to kind of come back into the fold. If you don't know why they went away, if maybe they had given to you every year for 5 years and now you haven't had a gift for 2 years, set up a meeting and ask for their input, right? Ask them why they aren't giving anymore. And this isn't a confrontational thing. We just want to know how we can better improve so that we can reestablish and maintain this relationship in a way that makes you happy as a donor. Make the ask. Maybe they've just forgotten and they need a reminder. So, sending some sort of a follow-up to a request. And then make sure, again, that you are showing appreciation and that you're sharing stories on what impact they have had, the impact that they have made in the past, and what their support could do for your organization now. So I think that it's really important when you're telling a story. Storytelling is a huge piece of doing donor stewardship well. And I believe that there is a way to tell the stories so that they better connect with donors. So first of all, storytelling is the art of sharing narratives. So a story is at least a paragraph, right? It's not just a list of statistics or numbers. It's a narrative, and it is meant to engage your audience, to deliver messages or information, some sort of knowledge in a subtle but entertaining way. And storytelling is really vital because stories are easier to remember. They are easier to share. They are easier to repeat. They help to connect your audience to the mission, and they really help to put your audience in the role as sort of the main character of the story. We give an entire webinar, and we're developing a second webinar just on storytelling. So if you want more information on storytelling, throw it up in the chat. Chessa can get your information. We can get you a link to one of our storytelling webinars as well. But this is just a very brief glimpse into how important we think storytelling is. First of all, there's an economic impact to storytelling. So our brains are naturally hardwired to think in terms of story. It's the reason that I can drive down the interstate and I might think, or I can be in the shower and I might think of 5,000 other things that I need to do, or something I want to make a change to, or whatever it is. My brain is going 100 different directions. But if I go to a movie theater and I sit down and I watch a 2-hour Marvel movie, my brain doesn't stray for 1 second, right? Like I am in it. I am sitting there. I am engrossed in the story. I'm engaged with what's happening. And that's because my brain is automatically hardwired to think in terms of story. And that's what makes storytelling so effective as a fundraising tool. It is 22 times more memorable than facts. So people are not only going to listen, they're not only going to take it in, they're going to remember it, they're going to retain it, and they're going to be more likely to share it and to become an advocate on your behalf. 56% of nonprofit followers on mobile and social networks report that they will take further action, primarily making a donation after reading a compelling story published by a nonprofit. If you are looking for good examples of storytelling, I think Humans of New York does this better than anyone else. They are the masters of storytelling. I have gone through and read Humans of New York stories and then made gifts to like GoFundMe pages for people I have never known, never heard about, because that story compelled me to take an action. And that is what we really see happen with storytelling. It engages people and it brings them into the story. Next, I want to be sure that I share this with you. It is not a coincidence that this is sitting right behind me on my table here. So, Building a Story Brand by Donald Miller. If you're going to read one book on storytelling, this needs to be it. In full disclosure, I am a StoryBrand certified guide. We believe in this method so much at Firespring that last year we hired a consultant from StoryBrand to come on site. We trained about 40 of our employees at Firespring, and we are a StoryBrand certified agency. That is how much we believe in this method of storytelling. What makes this StoryBrand method of storytelling, again, it is Building a Story Brand by Donald Miller. What makes this brand of storytelling so unique is that it places your organization in a very specific role. Your organization fills the role of guide. And so that is a little different, because I think so often we put our organization in the role of hero, right? Like, we did this, we accomplished this. What happens is, in our lives, we are all the heroes of our own story. So I'm the hero of my story, you're the hero of your story. And so if we're heroes of our own story, we're going along like this. And if you tell me the story about how your organization is the hero of this story, then I think to myself, ooh, that's great. Look at what they're doing. But our paths continue to go like this, right? They're parallel to one another. What we want to do is get those paths to interact. So what we do is we make the donor the main character in the story. So we make the story around the donor, or the story can be around the people that you help, or the way that or the problems that you solve in your community. But your organization is never the hero of the story. Your organization is always going to fill the role of guide. So if we look at this StoryBrand framework, and let's look at it in terms of Star Wars, right? So we would have a main character. That main character is going to be Luke Skywalker. He has a problem in that he doesn't know how to use the Force. So he's going to meet a guide. There are actually two guides in the Star Wars films. One is Yoda, the other is Obi-Wan Kenobi. They are going to give Luke a plan. Here is how you find the Force. Next is they are going to call them into action, right? So they're going to give him a plan, and then it is time, Luke. You need to use the Force. If he uses the Force, it is going to result in success, and they are going to defeat the dark side. Or it's going to result in failure. Darth Vader is going to take over, and, things look real bleak for everybody. So that is the StoryBrand framework for Star Wars. If you think about every movie, it's all pretty much this same story framework. The key thing is, if you are telling the story of your organization, you are never Luke Skywalker. You are always Obi-Wan Kenobi or Yoda. Always. Your organization always wants to fill that role as guide. So with the StoryBrand framework, once you go through and you identify, what is the main problem that your character has, how does your organization help guide them through, how do you give them a plan, call them to action, what's the success, all of those things. Then you can eventually put it into a brand script, which is almost like a StoryBrand Mad Lib, and it helps you to know how to share your messages with your audience and how to do it in a way that is simple and clear. Highly, highly recommend StoryBrand. It also helps to, if you can humanize your organization. So, make sure that you have a strategy where your organization is personal, where you're engendering likability, where people want to be a part of the work that you're doing. It can also help to put a face on your organization so that people will relate to you, because people help those people and organizations that they like. So take some action that is going to help your organization feel accessible, and is going to, help your organization be transparent. Those things are going to translate into support. Showcase things like your staff and your volunteers and those that you serve, so that the community is going to get to know them better. Really create faces to your organization. Tell lots of stories. Create color and connections around the people that you serve and the cause that you solve. And then offer opportunities for your community to interact with you live. So whether that's, participating in volunteer days or whatever opportunities there are, create those opportunities for engagement. All right. So I showed you earlier that you have the communications plan. Now this is slide 28. When you get a copy of these slides, this is going to be the next piece that is going to be the most useful for you. This is where you find your stories. Where do you find stories about your organization? First is your founding. I have honestly worked with hundreds of nonprofits across the United States, and I have never met two organizations that have the same story. There's always something unique, something different, and that's a story that you definitely want to share. People that you serve, tell those stories. Now, I do want to pause here, quick timeout for ethical storytelling. You want to make sure that you're telling stories in an ethical way, in a way that honors the recipient of that honors the subject of the story, and that you are not taking advantage of them. You don't feel as though you are disclosing things they wouldn't want you to disclose. You obviously need to make sure that you have permission and all of those things. And by the way, ethicalstorytelling.org is an amazing resource. So definitely check that out, ethicalstorytelling.org. You can actually take a pledge to do ethical storytelling. And I think it's a great resource. Next is your donors and your founders. Why do people care about you so much that they give you their money? Donors and funders, pardon me, donors and funders. Why do they give you their money? Even more importantly, your volunteers. Why do they care about you so much that they give you their time, which I think in many cases is more valuable than money? Your staff or your board. Why are they so committed to your cause? Your sponsors or your vendors, or just your community as a whole. So there's a list of 7 places that you can go right now and start finding stories. Here's an example of storytelling in action through a printed piece. This is one that we had helped to put together for Midland University, which is located in Fremont, Nebraska. And you can see a couple of places here where they use stories. So we're humbled by the thousands of people who have raised millions of dollars to advance our cause. We know that with your continued support, future generations of students will be inspired to learn and to lead, right? We're really telling people how their gifts are being used. And then this is a direct quote from someone that says, I know that the scholarship I received didn't grow on a tree. It was made possible by someone with a forward-thinking vision about how an ordinary kid could change their life through education. So really a heartfelt story about someone who was grateful for a gift. So a couple of, that's, just examples. You really want to make storytelling a central core of who you are. You want to make storytelling a part of your culture. So Lori Jacobwith is a great great trainer and master storyteller, and she says that every staff member of a nonprofit needs to know a story of someone who has been helped by the organization. Our brains are wired to tell ourselves a story so that we feel something and so that we can make a decision. And so you definitely want to make sure that you are making storytelling a part of your culture. I used to, when I was the executive director for the Big Brothers Big Sisters affiliate in Lincoln, I used to start every single meeting, staff meeting, committee meetings, board meetings, with a mission moment. And we would go around and someone within the organization would tell a story about a match or a little or a big or something, a story about how our organization had impacted lives. We made storytelling central to who we were and how we shared our message. And it really needs to become a part of your culture. All right, so next you want to send out, set up some sort of a welcome series. So if you get a new donor, how do you make them a repeat donor? And part of the way you can do this is by sending out a welcome kit. And here are some ideas of things you might want to include in a welcome kit. And just think, the welcome kit does not have to be as fancy as this one on the right, although this is particularly cool. It doesn't have to be that, that involved. It can be something more simple, but here are some ideas of things you might want to include. A welcome letter. Thank you so much for giving for the first time. Welcome to our cause. A handwritten note. It's so great to have it be very personal, very, authentic. A sticker, like a laptop sticker, some sort of a promotional item. Maybe an organizational snapshot. Here's who we are. Here's what we do. Some sort of a little handout. Maybe you want to include a short survey so that you can ask them, what kinds of things they're interested in so that you can really target the information you're sending to them. Some sort of a stewardship pocket guide, something that tells them about your organization and all the cool things you do. Printed copy of your most recent newsletter, a business card so they have a direct contact to someone within the organization, and then some sort of a come on, go to the next one. There we go. Some sort of a response device for future gifts, right? So something else that they might send back in, to give you a donation or to be a part of something that you have going on. So that's a couple of ideas. I love the idea of a welcome box or some sort of a welcome kit, even if it's just a thank you with a laptop sticker. I think that's a really great, very authentic kind of way to welcome a new donor. In addition to an email receipt, think about automating a nurture series of emails. So this would be a series of emails that go to first-time donors, and they would focus, so you could have, say, a series of 4 emails that would go out, and they would focus on these 4 things. The first one would talk about how your organization solves a problem, or how the donor helps your organization to solve a problem. How you offer value. So when someone gives to you, how do you take that donation and turn it into community benefit? Position your organization as the guide. How can the donor solve these important problems in your community by using your organization as the guide to help them get it done? And then reminding your audience that you have a solution, that your organization has a solution for the problems, and how can they be a part of it. Effective nurture emails might be weekly announcements. So here's all the things that, we did last week. Here's what's coming this next week. Maybe tips to help your audience solve important problems in the community. Maybe you're a homeless shelter and you want to give some tips on how to help those that are experiencing homelessness. Weekly or monthly notifications regarding inventory. Do you need certain supplies donated, or events that are coming up, or special offers? Maybe you have a match for this, a giving match for this month. You can repurpose blog articles or curated content, just sharing information on a regular basis. Again, it's about maintaining the relationship and deepening the relationship. Here are some examples of some emails that you can send. So some sort of a lead generator or an asset delivery. Again, maybe get them to sign up for your email newsletter, and then you want them to, in exchange for them signing up for your email newsletter, you're going to give them 10 tips for how to help the homeless. A problem and a solution, so show them what the problem is and show them how you create the solution. A testimonial, so a testimonial from someone that you've helped, or a testimonial from another donor. Those really true, authentic examples of how your organization changes the world. Help them to overcome objections. So if you know that there are common objections that people have about making gifts to your organization, address those right away. Tell people why that shouldn't be an issue. Help them overcome that. A paradigm shift. Do you want them to think about the world differently because of their affiliation with your organization or because of their support for your organization? So think about how you can help them shift the paradigm. And then finally, a letter with a bold ask for a donation. Don't be afraid to occasionally really be bold about asking for what it is that you want and need. So your fundraising letter should have a direct call to action, and that call to action should be listed a couple of times. So, if you want people to make a donation, then it needs to say, support our cause today. Make a donation today. You want to have it a couple of times. You want to show what the success is that your supporter is going to help you to create, positioning that success as the hero of your story. You want to have confidence in your nonprofit organization's ability to overcome the problem. Be confident about your ability to change the world. A sense of urgency. Why should they give to you now as opposed to waiting 6 months? Sign it from a real person. So you always want to make sure that your executive director, your development director, a board member, or a client, someone real signs the letter. It needs to have some sort of a compelling graphic or photograph. It needs to say thank you. I always think a request for gifts should say, we thank you in advance for your gift. So you're automatically coming from a place of gratitude. And then a PS at the bottom, which reminds the recipient of the deadline to give. So there's a few key things that your fundraising letter should have. We also love the idea of integrating a donor funnel into your website. So a way to capture potential donors so that you can educate and give them information to build them up into being repeat donors. And so you want to connect your forms to email marketing on your website. So if someone submits a form on your website, you want to connect that to your email marketing so that you enter them into that nurture series or that welcome series to give them information. When someone donates or signs up for email or submits any kind of a form on your website, that person's name and address should automatically be added to an audience group or a segment group within your donation or within your email marketing database so that you can start to communicate with them appropriately. And then whenever possible, automate your email campaigns. So whether you're promoting a new initiative or you're encouraging supporters to become recurring monthly donors, whatever it is, that you have a structured email campaign that's automatically going out, that's been automated so that it's not something that you have to invent as you go, but it's really plug and play. A couple ideas about bringing donors in. So here are 7 principles of appreciation. And FYI, I am going to be talking about these 7 principles on LinkedIn starting today. So if you want to give me a follow on LinkedIn, you can join in on some conversations about these principles of appreciation. This was today's Be Human. I love that this person actually introduces themselves in this thank you note. They are, it's just a very heartfelt thank you. It says, I'm Audrey Hertel. I'm a photographer on the magazine, and I wouldn't have this opportunity if it weren't for your support, right? So this person is really, really authentically human in this thank you. You want to, whenever possible, segment your audience. And don't just shower your major donors with support and love. You want to make sure the donors of all sizes know that you appreciate them too. So think about, how can you segment your donors? Do you have first-time donors who give an above average gift, or first-time donors who give a below average gift? Do you have repeat donors? Do you have, and then, where are they at in the amount that they're giving? You can segment your donors all kinds of ways. And so think a little bit about how you might be able to segment your audience. Recognize your donors. So tag and thank supporters on social media. I love doing this for giving days. Again, Giving Tuesday or those kinds of things. Do a post a couple times a day that says, thanks all the people who've given in the last, couple of hours. And when you tag them, then you're also helping them to advocate on behalf of your organization. Make sure that they want to be acknowledged, and that they don't mind, being recognized. But that can be a fun way to engage them on social media and to show them your thanks. If you don't know how to thank your donors or recognize your donors, ask them. You can put their name on your website. You can mention them in an annual report, although I have to say that's not my favorite. I have a whole segment in the annual report webinar about not including donor names. That's a whole separate thing. Mention them in your newsletter or social media mentions, those sorts of things. And again, if you don't know how they want to be recognized, ask them. Showcase involvement. So make sure that you're recognizing people on your social media like you're really committed volunteers. I love this. This person has been a volunteer for CASA for 11 years, and they gave her a special shout out. I love creative thank yous. This is actually one that I had received from an organization that I donated to. She used a tool. I think this one was done in ThankView. You can use ThankView, Vidyard, Drift. There are ways that you can incorporate video thank you into your recognition plan. Also, don't underestimate the value of just recording a quick thank you video on your cell phone and texting it to someone. But this came in my email. It was from Destiny. She called me by name in the video. She said, "Kirsten, thank you so much. We just got your donation. We know that you are involved with lots of nonprofits in our community, and we just want you to know that we thank you for the gift that you've given to our organization." It was incredibly heartfelt. It was very authentic. It was only for me. And I have kept that video, and I think about it, and I have given to them again because of how authentic that thank you was. And that was the first time that I had given a gift to this organization. So think about creative, personal ways you can give thank yous. I love this one. This was an example of unique email content that went to each person. So you can see this was one email that went to one of my colleagues, Erin. The other went to Julie. They had both attended the same gala. At that gala, they had a professional photographer who went around and took photos of every table, and then took just random photos throughout the night. Then this executive director went through all of those photos. She sent a personal thank you to everyone who attended the event and sent them photos that they were in. I mean, that is a hand-picked thank you specifically for those people. It meant so much that they obviously have saved these emails, and it was just incredibly personal, and something that maybe took a little bit of extra time but really went a long way. Next is make sure that you're branding things so that when you're sending out a thank you, make sure that people know that it came from your organization and they're able to tie that back to your organization. We just did a whole set of branded collateral when we sort of refreshed the brand for our local NeighborWorks Lincoln affiliate. And this really makes it easier for supporters to help extend your brand when they can see that brand reflected. I have just a couple more thank yous here. I'm going to just flip through these really quick. You can see these are just very personal, very heartfelt, great photos. Be clever, you can really be creative in your examples. So remember that it is all about cultivating awareness. You can build your brand through what you're doing. You can make your brand relevant. You can boost your online image. And you just really want to work on retaining and growing your database. So we know that as nonprofits, you wear a ton of hats. And so you deserve marketing that works as hard as you do. And at FireSpring, we recommend that you start with your website. We have an amazing website builder tool that will help you to do all of these donor recognition pieces and more. As a member of the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber, you actually get a membership discount. So we provide a 20% discount to all Kansas Nonprofit Chamber members. You can learn more by visiting firespring.com/KS-nonprofit-chamber. And you can learn more about the preferred partner program there. And then I have just like 1 minute for questions. Sorry, I went a little long. What questions do we have that I can answer for folks?
Unless I missed any, Kirsten, I do not see any questions. We've had some good side conversation chats on upcoming webinars, but I don't see any questions right now. Cindy, did I miss any?
I could ask a question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. Does your organization work with, can we work with you to try to get specific direction on what we could be doing?
Sure. So we're primarily in like the marketing, in the marketing and communications area, but a lot of that includes, donor strategy, donor, donor solicitations, all of those things. We have strategy packages as well that you can buy. We have some one called a mission success coaching, where it's like a monthly kind of thing where you come in and you might want to talk this month about thank yous, and next month you want to talk about your year-end appeal, and the next month you want to talk about annual report, those kinds of things, where it's really just kind of strategy and picking the brain of an expert. So you can certainly do that, or we can help with a specific campaign, whatever it is. We have all kinds of opportunities where we can work with folks. And there's example. So Chessa just put in the chat there the link to the nonprofit chamber page, and you can go in there and learn more.
I have a
All
quick
right.
question.
Sure.
If there's time. I was wondering if a donor has kind of fallen through the cracks and a thank you never got sent out, what's the best way to kind of reach out to that donor, make them feel special if some time has lapsed? Like I'm talking like a month or two.
I think it's never too late for a thank you, right? It's not as quick as you would have wanted, and I would tell them that. I mean, I would just be really, really authentic and just say, hey, it's come to our attention that we may have missed you as part of our thank yous for this event XYZ. And we want to rectify that because your gift meant a lot to our organization. Here's how we used that gift. Here's the impact that gift had. And we just want you to know that it meant a lot, and we're sorry we overlooked you. Something to that effect, just something that's really heartfelt. The other thing you can do too, the other thing that you can do is, first of all, you need to own up, ask them to, to sort of, you want to keep them in the fold, right? So you want to build on that relationship, and that's a step back. So you need to, really show them how you used the donation, show them how you used the gift, go back to impact, show them the impact. And then, then the other thing you can do is maybe wait a few weeks and include them in a survey, right? So what do they want to hear more about? How do they want to be contacted in the future? Those sorts of questions. So you can, you can ask them those kinds of questions. But I would be really upfront and kind of own it and ask them, how they, how they want to be contacted in the future, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Sure. All right. Anything else? Thank
There
you,
you go.
Cindy. I think I'm over a little bit on time, and so I will wrap it up. But if there's ever questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, and look forward to answering all your questions.
Thank you, Kirsten, so much for your
Yes,
fantastic presentation. It's
absolutely.
always good to see you. I know we'll see Kirsten again tomorrow.
Yeah.
For another presentation that she has, but again, she always does a great job. So thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. Yay!
Thank you so much. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
And I'm going to give you all about a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 12:15 and we're going to listen to Angela Gahn tell you about growing your organization with support from the AmeriCorps Vista volunteers. If you're not familiar with the AmeriCorps Vista program, you need to be. So thank you.
Cindy, it's Angela. Hello.
Hi, Angela. Thank you. I'm going to make you a co-host.
Thank you. I was going to ask if I could share some slides. So
yes,
feel free to take a break and I'll be back in 5 to get ready. And I know it's everybody's lunchtime.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to get started. I want to introduce Angela Gahn, who's the AmeriCorps Program Director with WSU Community Engagement Institute. I've had the opportunity to work with Angela for, well, I think almost 6 years since I've been here at the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber. And I'm excited for those of you who don't know about the AmeriCorps Vista program to learn about the AmeriCorps Vista program. It was integral part of me growing, or us growing, the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber. And I know we have several Vistas on today, and I know that they're doing great work with the organizations that they're serving at. And with that, Angela, I will turn it over to you.
You're on mute, Angela.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you guys see the first slide? Is it a full screen slide or not? Matt's giving me the thumbs up. Thank you, Matt. All right, I had to adjust what you guys see and what I see so I could talk from one and you guys could see the other one. So if that gets out of whack, Matthew, if you would let me know. Thank you so much, Cindy. It's great to be here to see all the vistas that there's some that are former vistas, and then we have our current vistas as well. So great to have you all here, as well as the agencies that are represented. And I'm just gonna do a quick scroll through here. Okay. So Matthew and I are going to share some information with you guys about the AmeriCorps programs at Wichita State that are happening. And we are just excited to jump in and get going. So I'm gonna just take it away here, see if I can get my slides to move for you guys. Maybe I have to click on the screen that they're on. Nope. There we go. Second screen. Okay. But of course mine doesn't change. So hold on just a second. Let me see if I can move. But if I move it, you guys won't see it. All right, give me just a second to stop sharing, because I need you guys to see the same ones I'm seeing. I'm afraid it won't be big enough if I don't do a full screen. Let me see if I can make that larger. Okay. Share screen. Is that large enough for you guys to see?
Yes.
Yes, I can see it fine.
Okay, wonderful. So the AmeriCorps programs, you may have heard of AmeriCorps Vista, AmeriCorps State. There are some others in the family. There is Family Corps, Senior Corps, NCCC is a national AmeriCorps agency. So lots of branches and arms with the AmeriCorps program. It is across the US, and it's targeted at building capacity for faith-based nonprofits, school districts, governments, you name it, agencies that have one thing in common, and that is helping people in poverty and serving our communities to alleviate poverty. So some of the core principles are obviously having that poverty focus is a requirement, and then also working with community agencies. So does your agency work with others in the surrounding area that are similar in mission or helping support the work that you're doing? And that is something that we're looking for as well with AmeriCorps. Building capacity, so increasing, you've got some extra hands through your AmeriCorps members. Are they helping build some sustainability? Are they helping meet your mission? Those are the kind of things we look for our AmeriCorps members to be doing. And then sustainable solutions is after you have an AmeriCorps member, because they only stay with you for that one grant cycle, typically, what is your plan afterwards? How can you keep somebody or the work that they've been doing, are they building something so that you have a long-term solution? Wichita State serves as an intermediary for both the AmeriCorps programs that we work with, and I'm going to tell you the differences between AmeriCorps State and AmeriCorps Vista here in just a couple of minutes. And we do serve, we don't serve agencies across the US, but AmeriCorps does serve agencies across the United States. Typically, we say that it's the Peace Corps for the US. So if you've heard of the Peace Corps and you know that people are solving problems and helping and teaching outside of the US, then AmeriCorps members can be doing similar type work here in the United States. I am going to kind of talk through this information and leave time for questions. So I don't know, Matt, if you can see the chat, if somebody has a question, or if you raise a hand or want to unmute. I am certainly open to questions as I go through these different topics. There's a lot to share with you, so I'm going to do the kind of the high level, but if something strikes a question you have, I am completely open to pausing and answering that question as we go along. The poverty focused, see if I can, there we go. So poverty is anything but simple. Many of you are familiar with how hard and how difficult and all that can be involved. So we are looking for creative and courageous people. I mentioned the agencies, but not only in our city, we serve the state of Kansas for one of our programs, and then regionally for the other one. So we are happy to tell you more about that and work with the problem and the issue and helping people. We help with everything from homelessness to families in need and veterans and across the board. So we support all types of agencies that want to participate in the program. As we get into the two different types of service that we provide, I thought it would be helpful to pinpoint direct service versus indirect service, because that's a key difference between the programs that Wichita State is supporting right now. Our AmeriCorps State program provides direct service. So hands-on, working with children, gathering resources, teaching and tutoring, but not only that, but working in the garden or just hands-on things that we had some programs where they were working with kids in a center. So anything from young children to old children, that those hands-on work is the direct service. And then indirect is the capacity building. So this could be grant writing, recruiting volunteers, program development. Indirect service is anything behind the scenes, is what I like to say. So when they're in the office helping build the program and build the capacity, that would be the indirect service. And that, of course, is our VISTA program that we're going to tell you about here. So starting with the AmeriCorps State position or program, this is something that we have done for about 4 years now. Both of these programs run for a year. So they run the 1st of September through the end of August. And AmeriCorps State positions are part-time, and that can be anywhere from 300 hours in that time period, all the way up to 900 hours is half-time. And there's even a position that's 3/4 time that we have tried to fill a couple of times. So it's quite a range. And if you decide that your organization is interested in AmeriCorps State positions, we do work pretty far in advance. So for example, I am working on the grant application now that will be due in December, and those positions won't start until next September 1st, which is really more like the 12th or so. So it is a very distant program and hard to make that plan. But if you know you're going to need help, then AmeriCorps State might be the position that you're looking for. Again, these are the hands-on direct service, and this is just two of our larger organizations. Children First and Legacy Ministries have everything from garden works, garden programs, supporting youth, and grant support, office assistant type positions. So any of those, we just had a couple of women who had retired and came to us and wanted to participate in the Children First program. So we were very fortunate to get their skills for the school year. So they're going to help in 2 different roles there. So very exciting. So before I jump into VISTA, this is the AmeriCorps State program is part-time. That is key to know. It is an annual program, but it's that hands-on direct service. Our members can do some indirect. You see, I've got the office assistant work there listed there. This is a newer program for us, so we're in our 4th year to run this one, and there's always new things to learn. It is a little more complicated as far as, somebody on my team likes to say there's 52 things that you have to check off to select somebody for service. It's not quite that bad, but the point is it's a very complex government program. So we are an intermediary serving, and this one is the counties around Wichita. So a much smaller region, but we do support sites and organizations that are interested in that type of work or needing support. So you can let me know, and my information will be coming here in just a minute, but because AmeriCorps State is a smaller, we have about 16 members that serve in this program, and they may start now. We were fortunate to have 9 people that we've onboarded the last couple of weeks, so we're very excited. 5 of them are returning from last year's service, and they will be serving off and on for the next year. And then the other 4 are new to our program, and everybody's getting through the onboarding process, and there's background checks, as you might guess, and they had to do several things in the computer to get processed, and we help with all of those things as the members are selected by the sites. So I'm going to wrap up AmeriCorps State and switch over to our VISTA program. And I put some highlights on the screen here. We also serve as an intermediary for VISTAs, but this program we serve across the state, and we're in our 8th grant cycle. This one's a little bit easier to manage, not as many hoops and jumps, and probably more like 10 things that have to be done to get somebody onboarded rather than 25. We have the support of 2 wonderful VISTA leaders. You're going to get to hear from Matthew here in a minute, and I know Nicole has been participating in some of these sessions, so we're excited that we have 2 great VISTA leaders that help support the work that we do. We not only recruit from Wichita State, but also other colleges. So sometimes people will come to me and say, do I have to hire? Do I have to select a Wichita State student? And you do not. You may have somebody in mind. They may not even be a student. So we'll talk about requirements here in just a minute. We average about 22 VISTAs that serve with our program. And that is if an agency is looking for 1 or 2 VISTAs, then we're the place to go. If you don't want to write your own grant and support it and manage it and have the staff to do that, then we can help provide those services for a fee, but we also offer some things in return. VISTAs serve with us about 35 hours a week, sometimes closer to 40. They earn a stipend and gain work experience, and we're going to get into their benefits, but I thought it was important for you to know that they are considered full-time to be serving, and may have just graduated, that kind of thing. We'll talk a little bit about who is a VISTA, and one of our VISTAs may even want to make a comment here in a minute. I thought you might like to see where we have VISTAs. So all over Wichita, and then some across Kansas, our VISTAs are serving at all types of small, large nonprofits. We have some openings with small, very small, and very large nonprofits. So this just gives you a snapshot to see some of the different titles of agencies where our members are serving. I'm going to pause there and see if anybody has a question. It looks like there has been a little bit of chat. Anything? Any
Angela,
questions?
I had a quick question. We are looking at potentially incorporating some social work students into our program at Juniper for classroom support, and just so they can be in the classroom, you know, learning kind of how to work with the students we work with, and then also providing resources. Is that something that would be a potentially good fit for an AmeriCorps position?
Let's talk about that, Lisa. We do have some social work placements that our members are serving in. So you and I could talk about what you want them to do and just see if it matches up with one of the programs.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. our Vista position, and it also depends on the year of the social worker. So the undergraduates have fewer hours they have to serve. And so some of those were working with the AmeriCorps state program. And then the master students have to have more hours. So some of those positions are Vista positions. Just knowing though that those Vistas have to meet their Vista requirement, which is more than their social work requirement. But it's not for everybody. It is intensive to do those two at the same time. So that's something to consider as well. But great question. Yes, anything else? I'm going to keep going here if not. Thank you, Lisa. So the reason that Wichita State is involved, and we were contacted and asked if we would be an intermediary 8 years ago. Washburn was an intermediary, but you know, they're not close. They're not in the Wichita area. So we were approached and asked if Wichita State would consider participating in this program. So some of the things we provide are the technical assistance throughout the application process. Being a federal program, you can guess there are a few things that have to be provided to receive the funding. The grant funding that we receive pays the stipend for the members, and that has recently been increased. So that is one thing that is covered from the grant. We have regular training for the members, and we also train the supervisors. We manage the grant, the required reporting, information that's due quarterly, that kind of thing. And then our leaders are great supporters for our Vistas. And we have a couple of service day events. I'm going to show you some pictures from those that the leaders and I work with to coordinate. And then we also provide some events where the Vistas can get connected with other Vistas, because it's not a typical role that you might have. There might be nobody else in your agency that is a Vista. You may have some interns, but it's a little bit different position. So we want to provide those activities once in a while that get people involved with other Vistas in their area. Sub-site responsibilities. So any agency that's wanting to have a member serve would need to complete that detailed application, including what you want the member to do. We call our Vistas members. I kind of skipped over it, but VISTA stands for Volunteer in Service to America. And so we say VISTA members. You would participate in a site supervisor training, partner with our team to recruit, interview, and select an applicant. You know people that we don't know. So we want you to recruit those people that already know your program, but we're going to reach out a little further and wider to get more information to help get that word out. And then you provide a detailed orientation outline once you have somebody selected, and that weekly supervision. Again, much like an intern, but you may also want to have that weekly, how are things going? What's next on the agenda, that kind of thing. The administrative fee that we charge is tiered. So the first year it's $7,000, the second year $6,000, and the third year $5,000. And then we ask you to provide the computers, mileage, supplies that are needed for that position to get completed. So those are some of the things that the site is responsible for. I know there's some sites on here. Anybody want to add anything to that? I like to draw on Cindy. I know she kind of gave us a commercial at the beginning, but anything that you would add to that, Cindy, that surprised you, or
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
What I've experienced is that, I mean, although intensive work with college and serving with AmeriCorps and through other organizations, it may be intensive as long as the people around you, you know, are a little flexible. You know, there are AmeriCorps trainings that we should and need to attend weekly. At least that's what I have seen weekly. So you have to make sure that you have time to do that. Primarily, learning about AmeriCorps is one of your primary responsibilities also.
That's right. Yes. Thank you, Spencer. All right. Next up is Matthew. So Matthew, I'm going to let you introduce yourself. So if you'll take it away.
Hi, my name is Matthew. So I am currently a Vista leader here with the Community Engagement Institute through the Impact Center. I started my term as a leader in June, but before that, I was a Vista member with the CanCare Ombudsman Office in Kansas City for about a year, from June of 21 to 22. So what I did with the Ombudsman Office, I did a lot of different things. I wore a lot of different hats because it's a very small office. There was about 6 of us, including another Vista and 4 full-time employees. So one of the things that I was specifically brought in to help complete was one of their goals that they had had for years and years and years was to translate a bunch of their informational documents into Spanish, because Kansas has a large and continuously growing Hispanic Latino population. It has the second highest percentage of Hispanic Latino residents out of all the Midwestern states. So one of the things I did was translate all of their in-house informational documents into Spanish. We also share some documents from KDHE on the website. And even though I wasn't allowed to translate those, we actually got the ball rolling on getting those translated by professionals. And one of the guys at KDHE said, "Thanks for pointing that out for us. We had actually it had slipped our minds that they were not available in Spanish." And another thing that I had done towards the end of my Vista service was I took a bunch of our old training PowerPoints and training quizzes and put them into a website called LearnWorlds. LearnWorlds is a platform that allows for asynchronous distribution of training materials and other stuff, but we were mostly using it for training materials. So before LearnWorlds, we just had a bunch of PowerPoints that was just going, this is CanCare, this is Medicare, these are the differences, this is the PD waiver, this is the ID waiver. It was a lot of sitting and getting, and it wasn't very engaging. So we put them into LearnWorlds where they can go through excuse me, they can go through topics just one at a time, and then there are periodic quizzes and tests where they can test their knowledge, and they're able to get a certificate at the end, as compared to here's 3 PowerPoints delivered through a very long and boring Zoom session. Here's a quiz, go for it. So I wasn't able to finish it while I was there, as I had to move to Wichita to become a Vista leader, but once it gets finished, it will undoubtedly help out a lot. So in April of this year, Angela reached out to me and asked if I was interested in interviewing for a Vista leader position, which I agreed to the interview. We talked for about an hour. Then a couple of days later, she offered me the position, which I was pretty excited about. I was a little nervous about moving to Wichita because I was basically moving to Wichita sight unseen. I had been there a grand total of once for a Vista service project, but I decided to do it. I took the plunge. I moved out here to Wichita. I now support about 8 Vista members. I'm looking at gaining another one here in October, fingers crossed. And so usually just what I do as a leader is, one of the big things we do is recruitment. One of the things that we were struggling with earlier this year was recruitment. I know a lot of places are struggling with recruitment. Yesterday, they were talking about how a lot of nonprofit workers are losing potential employees, not just to the traditional culprits of years past, like the government or the private sector. They were losing them to big businesses like Amazon and Costco, just because they couldn't compete with Amazon and Costco. But one of the things we were actually fortunate enough this past August to onboard about 7 new Vista members, which we were super excited about. We went from having 0 to having 7. I'm hoping we can onboard some more in October, fingers crossed. We also do monthly check-ins with the members just to see how everything's going. We can talk a bit about just what they've been up to over the past month, just to see if they're behind on any of their any of their metrics or reports that they have to turn in, like timesheets or biweekly reports. We also see if just anything else is going on at the site, if they're having issues with the supervisor, which thankfully those issues are rare. We also plan trainings every so often where we talk about something that is relevant or helpful to the members, things like grant writing, social media, communication. We recently did one about self-care and avoiding burnout that was pretty successful. We also plan and support National Days of Service for 9/11 and Martin Luther King Day. Obviously 9/11 was earlier this month, and we did a service project for that in partnership with the International Rescue Committee, or IRC, of Wichita, where we helped set up a house for a family of refugees who were arriving from Afghanistan. It was also pretty successful. And yeah, that's just a little snapshot of what we do.
Let me figure out how to unmute there. That's perfect, Matthew. Thank you. I was gonna change slides while you were talking, but I didn't want to throw everybody off. So I thought this might be a good transition. We do all kinds of service projects on our 2 service days a year, whether it's sorting food to hand out to families in need, which I think both of the pictures on top we're doing. On the bottom left, one of our former Vistas was painting a mural in her small town because she had that skill and felt like it was needed. So it was just a great match. And then before COVID, we did some in-person thanking of our firefighters and first responders. So some fun pictures there. I think I see Sheila on the call. She's in a couple of our pictures here, and sorting backpacks and preparing things. So we're looking for something hands-on on those days. So I would love to hear from any agency if you do have a hands-on project that falls around September or January, because we like to deploy a group that want to get out in the community and do something different than the capacity building that they've been doing before that. So we are always open to projects there. Moving along, the highlights of our Vistas. We want to let you know that every year the Vistas got a they don't get a pay increase every year, but every year they earn a stipend. And this year it's $17,600. And when I started 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was in the $12,000 range. So we've come a long way in a few short years, which was needed. At the end of service, members can earn an education award, either $6,400 that would go directly to a school or help pay for some expenses, or they can choose a cash stipend. And new, just recently, our members who are over 55 can gift their education award to a family member. So we are very hopeful this will help us recruit a different population with that benefit. So very excited about that. WSU provides some scholarships to our AmeriCorps members. So they can apply for a $1,000 scholarship each semester when they're serving or after they've served. And we work with them on that. We have some undergraduate and graduate scholarships. Members also receive non-competitive eligibility through federal agencies. So that first pass where a lot of people get pulled out because they don't qualify, our Vistas stay on until the second round and hopefully get to make it through that selection. And then there are some professional development trainings provided by AmeriCorps that we pass along to our members as well. So the benefit list is increasing, and we look for members that are looking for those type of things. The qualifications is 18 years of age. No, there's no cap on the age. US citizen, permanent resident, legal citizen, and there's a few others that fall under that category. Unfortunately, we do not sponsor international students, but we do work with citizens otherwise. And then you must pass a criminal background check. So if you can meet those 3 or know somebody that can, we would love to share our openings. One of the things that people often ask me is what can our Vistas do in the office? How can they help our agency? They can organize training programs or volunteer programs. We have some agencies that want to create a volunteer program or want to formalize it. You know, it's just been kind of ran by some volunteers, and we want to get an official way to thank them and track them and recruit them. And Vistas can help with those types of projects. They might develop or implement fundraising and grant writing activities. We recently polled our current members to see what they were interested in learning more about, and grant writing was very high on the list, which I thought was interesting. Community outreach, promotions, and social media is huge. So that is often something included on every one of our Vista position descriptions in some form or another. And then research they can also do, and they are not limited to these things. I often try to mention the things they can't do, and they can't sit at the front desk and answer the phones. That is not a Vista task. So that is the main one. There are also a few around working with, oh gosh, the people in Topeka that you try to change their mind or get them, I can't think of the right word, but is it coming to anybody? You can't affect votes and
Lobbying.
Yes, that's it exactly. That is off the table for Vistas. Thank you. I wasn't planning to go that direction, but when I'm mentioning things they can't do, those are a couple of biggies. So we do work with our members to promote themselves and your agency and where they're serving. So we had a nice piece here of one of our members, and we just do a few sentences, whether it's something that the member has accomplished, something that's happened at the site. We call these impact stories, and we try to have every quarter have a member write an impact story, and they don't have to be the feature. It can be about things that are happening at their site, but we try to pass along that good news to everyone. There was another one here with Arts Partners where the two Vistas, they had two marketing and social media Vistas that helped get the word out about the Keeper of the Plains that was redone by the students. And so they provided a nice image for us to share. We had to cover up all the faces of the children. I was so bummed when I saw this because I'm like, we can't share that because I don't have releases from all the students. So we did a workaround, and it worked with, there's little stars in here. And so the hearts just kind of added to it. We regularly have openings that we're trying to fill. I wanted to highlight Cindy shaking her head, the nonprofit chamber opening is Vista Development Coordinator. So we provide a couple of sentences. Do you have an interest in building successful nonprofits? Join the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber and walk away with experience, skills, and knowledge that will open the door to a career. That is one of the 9 openings that we have right now. A couple are around the state and the rest are here in town. So is always a time for somebody, if you know somebody graduating in December that wants to get some experience, that would be perfect timing. But also we are going to draw more on the older population, you know, somebody who has just finished working full-time and once, you know, maybe full-time for them was 50 hours a week and now they only want to serve 35, then maybe being a Vista might be something that they're interested in doing. So Matthew and I've got our contact information coming up here, and we are always looking to share that and talk to people that might be looking. Before you complete an application, if you're thinking Vista, much like when Lisa asked me about does her goals fit one of these 2 programs, we want you to know that it does. We want to have that definitive conversation. I would submit some information about your agency to AmeriCorps, and we want to have that conversation so that you know before you spend 6 hours or 4 hours or 8 hours. I think Cindy called me one day and said, I just spent the day working on your application, and Cindy's done it before. But when you haven't written the position description and that kind of thing, it does take a little bit. So we want you to know before you start that process that you're going to be a good fit. And normally we can head that off by having that conversation ahead of time. Once you begin working on the application, it can be 6 months before you find the right person. We've had Cindy's position listed for a couple of months at least and not found the right person that wants to do some development work, but we're always on the lookout for that person. We are changing our strategy on Wichita State campus and hoping to spread that to our other local campuses. And our message is not just we have these openings, but we want everybody to know there is an AmeriCorps program on campus. So when they're thinking about resources and solutions, they think about, okay, now let me go look at the AmeriCorps list because it changes all the time. And it's hard for us to get that word in front of everybody. So by saying there is an AmeriCorps program, it's pretty easy to reach one of us and find out what the openings are that we have available. So if you have somebody in your back pocket that wants to serve with your agency, we have turned it around in about 2.5 to 3 months. It doesn't happen very often. But if you're helping us look and we're supporting you with that, it can take a little bit longer to find the right person. Sometimes they are worth the wait though. We've had some amazing members, and I wanted to share this picture. We took this picture right before COVID, so it's one of my favorites. We were at a diversity training on campus, happens to be a group of women, not always the case, as you can tell by Matthew. We have a couple of men that are serving with us right now, but we had an awesome group that we had to then a week later transition home. So that was just like everybody went through something, that was quite the challenge to get everybody home and working within a week or so. But any questions for me before I throw our names up here on the screen? I know I'm a little bit early, but that was by design. Cindy's shaking her head, no problem there. So I've got my email and phone number on here and Matthew's contact information. As I mentioned, we have another leader, Nicole, and the three of us work pretty closely together. I must have provided all the right stuff, Cindy. Nobody has any questions besides Lisa.
Well, Angela, thank you so much for all that you do and certainly for your presentation. And Matthew, same for you, because I know you're an important part of the AmeriCorps Vista program with the work that you do. So we really appreciate everything that you do. We're going to take about a 5-minute break and we're going to come back and we're going to listen to a presentation on building thriving organizations through empowering diversity development. So I'm excited about that presentation as well. So let's be back by 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sure,
Cindy.
I'll be taking off now. I've got a meeting here pretty soon, so thanks.
Cola, I've made you a co-host.
Thank you.
This is our UPO fingers. Hello. And then link. One. So you know that. You probably will have to turn- No, I won't. True story. Okay. So I'm gonna do what people. They're in my car. They get a call. I got to do that. And they have nothing. You get your shit and go to your office too. That's up to you. I figure to see what it is. I would agree with me. I just don't know. How long was the presentation? See, I do want to show you those certifications that today. Oh, yeah. And it started on Mark. What else? All right, I'm pretty excited. Also, I'm ready to do this. Damn pretty. Okay, let's see. Oh, boy. Get out of here. And let me. Hey Sandy, can you unmute? Can you show my kind of unblock my camera? I don't know how to. I kind of locked myself out of it.
There's no way for me to, I don't have any way to
Oh, wait.
video. You should.
Okay, yeah, it is.
There you are. We'll get started here in a couple of minutes.
Oh, no, I'm like technology. It is okay.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, technology can be difficult.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
We're so glad to have you today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right, everyone, it's 1 o'clock, so we're gonna get started again. And I am excited to introduce to you Colin Nimley, founder of the Kansas Cross Cultural Collaborative. Colin came to the United States as a Lutheran leader scholar through the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America. She graduated from the University of North Dakota, Grand Forks, with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing in 1998. She holds a Master of International Relations with a focus in healthcare policy degree from the University of Oklahoma in Norman. Boomer. Yeah, I was born in Norman. A lot of my family's tied to OU, so I'm just saying that. She is currently working towards a PhD in healthcare administration at Franklin University. Did you just finish that PhD?
No, I'm defending next month.
All right, defending next month. Most recently, she founded the Kansas Cross Cultural Collaborative to create a safe space for discussion and learning that empowers participants to understand, value, and capitalize on the visible differences we share while deploying the cultural agility for a healthy and thriving community. Cola, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything. I do appreciate the opportunity to talk with you guys today. I think in today's world where we are really struggling to learn how to communicate with each other, it's important in order for us to build thriving organizations, communities, and thriving workforce to know and have that common language and understand each other. So please stop me during this time if you have any questions. Let this be a discussion and not a lecture. Okay, so we have three fundamental goals that we work with here. Equipping people to understand, value, and capitalize on what makes each of us different or unique. I think we are afraid, everyone is afraid of something different. But I think the uniqueness of what we bring to the table, our own fears, becomes a barrier that prevents us from understanding and utilizing the uniqueness that each of us have in order to make an impact. So our second goal is to empower people to transform their differences into increasing shared impact. So how do we do that? Until we talk with each other, we really can't, because I may know Cindy's name, but if I don't talk with her, I really may never know who she really is and what she brings to the people, to the table, or how she can impact my work. So we need to be open-minded and start to communicate with each other in a respectful way. So the third goal is to enable people to continuously improve diversity, inclusion, and equity within their personal organization and community settings. What does that even mean? Right? How do we improve diversity? I think last year when I talk about this, and every time that I do this, is we don't have control over diversity. Diversity will happen whether we like it or not. But it is how we use that diversity that makes a difference. So inclusion and equity really is where that's where we take action. So it's not about talking about diversity, it's what we do with it, you know. So the process here is on the learning process, share important content, process it together, not one person making decision for somebody else, or so somebody has to talk and somebody need to listen and both people need to act, right? So how do we become an inclusive organization if we are not talking? Use this experience to increase our capacity to collaborate. So the word collaborate, I want us to think about that. It doesn't say use this experience so one person can make decision for somebody or so somebody can be a victim. We have to work together. You know, I can feel like, okay, I'm minority here, but what does that even mean if I don't talk to anybody about it? You know, usually when I do my training, one of the things I talk about is I don't want to have a meeting in the parking lot. Whatever it is that need to be discussed, need to come out so everybody take part in it and, you know, have that shared impact. So it begins with who I am. So usually when we do our training, we usually ask, it's an intentional question, who are you? And I'm not asking about whether you are director or executive director or whatever, but as a person, who are you? Because I think if we know who we are, it's easier for us to project and communicate with people what our needs are. So I'm sure there's executive leaders on here. Can your position tell people who you are? You have to do that. The person has to do that. Those positions will always be there, but the people will not be the same at all times. So that self-awareness and knowing who we are is important for us to be able to have a positive contribution in the discussion. So share with your group. If you guys can, if you want to put it in the chat, like, who are you? Not like I'm the executive director, but as a person, who are you? So usually I introduce myself as my name is Paula Nimle. I am somebody's child. I am also a mother, you know, because those are the things that define my culture. Those are the things that gives me the confidence to be able to even talk to other people, because I'm confident within myself that I am somebody's child, but also those are the same things that help me to see other people in that way. So identify the similarities and differences that exist within your group. There's women, there's children, there's age diversity. So diversity is not limited to racial diversity, which is the one thing that turned to divide us the most. But if we really look at diversity, there's economic diversity, there's so many dimensions to diversity. It's not about you look different than me. That's just really the physical appearance that we focus on. You know, so select one person to report out. So this is an activity that we will do when we have in-person training. Like, so people turn to know each other, because if you notice, if you are in person, the people who work together turn to sit together. So usually I would disrupt that and say, you know, sit with somebody you don't know. It's a little uncomfortable, but as we go through, people get used to it. So, you know, so what are the similarities? Look at yourself and how you fit into each group settings. So if you come in as the president of the world, right? People will give you that honor, but do they really know about you? So I usually ask questions, who knows LeBron James? We know about him. I never met the guy before. I probably never will meet him. I know about him, but that's what you know about somebody may not be 100% who they really are. Somebody may be really, really nice. My notion of LeBron James is he complained too much during the game because he doesn't want the ref to call fouls on him, but he may be a totally different person if you get to actually meet and talk with him. So what have we learned about the similarities and differences that exist within our groups? If we did this in person, there's probably more similarities than differences that we will be able to identify. So what implication do we see for our organizations? How do we build an inclusive environment? It's not about hiring minorities or creating positions to fill minority. That's maybe part of it, but really sitting down and understanding people. When I first came in the United States, I was doing a training and somebody talked about cultural competencies. Have anybody gone to a training for cultural competencies? You can unmute and answer.
No, I have not. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Does anybody know what cultural competencies is?
A bit of the theory.
Okay. But what does it, so this guy was talking to me, he said, you really should do cultural competency training. And I said, okay, what is it? And then he goes, well, I don't know. And I said, okay, but how do you do something with something you don't know? So cultural competency says that you should learn to speak my language, right? I'm not saying it's bad, but it's that effective. No, it's not, because learning to speak a language you're not learning about the person. You may learn about the culture, but how many cultures do we need to learn in order for us to be inclusive? We probably may as well fall off the planet because there's so many cultures here. But cultural agility, however, allows us to have an appreciation for something that is different from us. So, for example, if you go to France, I don't know if any of you speak French. French people are very accommodating if you are humble enough to say, look, I have no clue what's going on here. But if you pretend like I speak French, so if I go to France, I can communicate with the people, but that doesn't mean I 100% understand the culture or I can live within the culture. So I don't know if I want to learn Spanish, if I want to learn, all of the languages here in the United States in order to live here comfortably. But understanding somebody's way that is not yours does not necessarily mean that you're going to lose anything, but it gives you a better way to build a better relationship. So what is leadership? The act and science of motivating people to create strategies that achieve a common goal. So you don't have to, all of us don't have to be leaders, but we can use the resources available to us in order for us to be effective in what we do. So some people are not leaders at all, and some people are leaders. So followers, leaders, but we all have to understand what the expectations are. So cultural agility empowers us to examine our own culture. It's really, really hard to look at yourself or to admit sometimes that, well, I'm in the wrong, because we all want to be right, because my way is always right. But it allows us to examine our own culture, our viewpoint, and that of others through a different new lens, to see, okay, how do I fit into this? How does this work? It enables us to understand someone else by first knowing and understanding ourselves. I really focus on knowing yourself, because it gives you the confidence. It builds your level of confidence, so you are able to engage and explore those new things or those things that are different from us. When we ask the question, who are you? It is with the purpose of building a shared understanding and appreciation for our similarities and differences. Does anybody have a question? Okay. The need to understand our context and its impact on how an agile organization needs to operate. So organization can be agile, but it's the leadership within the organization that becomes intentional about the future of that organization. So the rules of diversity role, how the rules are formed, who are making those decisions, where are we going? So the mission is where we are at right now. The vision is where do we want to go as an organization. This can also be applicable to a person, personally, individually, in the community. So empowering engagement, increase shared impact, communication. Communication, how we communicate determines whether we are building together or creating more distance, right? Somebody has to talk, somebody has to listen, both has to take action. So the three parts of communication: the message is delivered, the message is decoded, action is taken. But who is responsible for the action? Because if we say that one person is responsible for the action, that one person has to make decision for those who don't want to participate in the action. So if you don't want somebody to make decision for you, you better have a way of action on what you are communicating. So engagement communication increase the potential to transform differences into increased understanding and motivation to collaborate. So where do we want to collaborate within your organization? Where do you see the need to collaborate? Please post and your answer to this question that I'm going to ask. What is happening in your organization today that should not be happening? Demonstrate the organization is committed, provides the foundation for people to want to join as well as stay. So because there's a different way, it's different to hire people or recruit people, but it's a whole different thing to retain those people or for those people to stay in the organization and to remain satisfied and be productive in their work. The foundation for people to want to collaborate to create shared impact. How much commitment do your employees have to your organization? Depends on the structure and the strategies, the policies of the organization and how they are being implemented. Personal health is the foundation for people's contributing to share impact. So I'm going through the different sections that we have. Our first section is the cultural agility. Second section is building a culturally agile organization within the context of EEOC and the affirmative action. And then this third one is empowering engagement through, to increase share impact. And then the fourth is engaging an inclusive climate. Increasing health equity is the fifth section. So these, we have two certification programs. I think we are the only organization in Kansas that have these. One is the Certified Diversity Professional. This enables the person, once you complete the first 4 sessions and complete a project, it enables you to become the voice of diversity within your organization. The second one is the Certified Diversity Executive. This one actually, you complete the 5 sessions, do a project and take an exam, and you become the trainer. We will train you how to create your own curriculum to really train within your organization on the issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely, Erin, that is a very good point. We talk about diversity a lot. It's easier to talk about it because it really sounds good when we do it. But when we talk about it, but to actually take action to implement is difficult. And I think part of that reason is that the word diversity has been misused so much that it generates different feelings to different people when they hear that word. But so we in our training, we look at, okay, when we talk about diversity, because again, immediately people will focus on racial diversity. So we don't even measure racial diversity until the very end of our training. The reason behind it is that is not the only thing that has to do with diversity. There's so many dimensions of diversity, like I said before, economic diversity, gender diversity, age diversity, all of these things have an impact on how we structure our workforce and in our community as well.
I think we also forget that we each have our own particular lens through which we view the world. Mm-hmm. And you forget how much that colors things until somebody challenges you and shatters that mm-hmm. that perception or those blinders. It's really critical to make sure that you're asking people to engage who are going to question what you think and the way you do things, so that you do look at things outside of that.
Yes. And I'll give you guys an example. So my younger son is 18. When he was in first grade, he got sent to the principal office because he asked one of his friends if he was cool. Now, I didn't think that would be a reason to send somebody to the principal office. But this kid in his house, when they said cool, that means you were constipated. Now in my house, when you said cool, it was like, yeah, I'm cool, and I'm on. So I got called to the school, and I'm like, so I'm thinking, but isn't that supposed to make him happy? Like, are you cool? Well, no, so when they explained to me, and I'm like, well, you know, if you have different meanings for words, just let me know, because I didn't know who was a meant constipated, but you know, so when we use the English language and we are speaking different language, we may be saying the same thing, but if we don't understand each other, it makes it quite difficult for that communication to be productive, you know. So
Thank you very much.
yeah, no, thank you. I think I'm frozen here. Okay. 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 Okay, so what? If we were to learn all this, how would that help prepare us to understand, value, and capitalize on how each of us is similar or different, and why? I think to answer that question, one of the things that will be unique is that now we can speak to each other with clear understanding because we are speaking the same language. We know when you say cool, it means whether we say we agree it's constipated or yes, you are cool, you are on cloud nine or whatever. But what issues and obstacles do you see that still stand in the way of what you would want to experience? And you can unmute and answer it if you so please.
I think one of the biggest issues at small nonprofits is thinking about how to engage people outside of our staff, because it might be fairly simple to get my staff group together, but my staff group are not you know, a hugely diverse group of people either. I mean, because we just don't have very many people. So I think one of the things that we've seen small nonprofits do is engage in like community advisory boards and things like that.
Right.
That seems like a really good way to address this.
Right. So your community advisory boards becomes the face of the organization in the community to be able to interact with your clients. Is that what you're saying?
I think both engaging clients and engaging other community members around the needs and the work that you're doing.
Right.
I think we get caught up in traditional structures like a governance board and a you know, traditional staffing structure hierarchy. And we sometimes forget that there are these other ways that we can engage community members to provide feedback in a much more inclusive and intentional way than just like, you know, an outcome survey or a satisfaction survey or something.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Aaron, for those comments. So right now on October 21st here in Manhattan, we are having our first Let's Talk event. And what this is about, and I'd love to do one in Wichita as well. What this is about is bringing people together to say, okay, because I think sometimes people are afraid to even talk to other people because the ramification, what would the person think? Well, you know, so we're bringing people together to say, okay, let's talk. Let's start with identifying yourself. And then, for example, when you hear the word inclusion, what is the first thing that comes to your mind without even thinking about it? What does that mean for you? And how does it impact this community? How you feel about these catchphrases or these catchwords that may mean totally something different to the person standing next to you? Because as we go forward, then we look at our advisory board structure. Who's on our board? Who are they in this community? What part do they play? Do they represent or reflect our target community that who we are serving? You know. Okay, so let's not forget the necessary components. If we are to expect people to transform their similarities and differences into shared personal, organizational, and community impact, what is important? What does that even mean? How will we know a thriving organization if we saw one? A vibrant organization, what does that mean for, let's talk about the Wichita community and the state of Kansas. What does a vibrant organization look like? What does that mean for the people we serve? But are we positioning ourselves in a way that leaves no question whatsoever? If somebody met you, Sarah, today, what would they say? Would they know exactly what you do or who you are?
Me, Sarah?
Yeah, you, Sarah.
Oh, okay. I think there's another Sarah in here too.
Oh, okay. I'm seriously not Sarah.
I was not sure. I kept hearing someone say Sarah, but yeah, anyway. Would people know exactly what they were getting, I guess, with me? Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I would think so. I mean, I'm a pretty open book, and if you've ever met me in person, yeah, I think you would pretty much know who I am.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So then let's put it to, so personally, let's put it to the organization. What organization do you work for, Sarah? I'm still picking on you.
Oh, that's fine. I am here to be picked on. I work for a small organization called Social Innovation Laboratory, or Social Innovation Lab.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you guys do?
Such a great question. Our mission is to improve social programs, and we do that through innovative program design and evaluation. And then we share we disseminate the information that we get from our data. So we collect data on programs.
Because when I heard the Social Innovation Lab, the lab part is what caught my attention. I was thinking about like blood tests and stuff like that. So I thought I thought maybe I should clarify.
I get that.
Yes, yeah.
It's something that we actually talk about all the time, is like, how do we convey what we do? It's a very difficult task.
Right. Yeah. So then when we look at leadership, is actively promoting a climate that empowers these qualities. So it's a different thing to have leadership promote these things that we think create visibility and are more inclusive for the organization, but it's a totally different thing for the organization to promote those things. Because if we only leave it to leadership going to promote what they know best. But the people who doing the work, I always say as a policy analyst, policy doesn't always work in practice. But the people who are practicing, if you don't speak up, then I'm thinking, wow, yeah, the policy is working, so let's keep doing it. So how do we build that team? Leadership need to empower the people in the organization, because if you have a thriving workforce, you have a thriving organization. Who's in the KLC KSF conference room? Is there anybody there?
Yeah, we just have a crazy little ball mouse that's hard to manage.
Oh, okay. And what is your name?
I'm Connie, and Tyrena is also here, and we have a couple other people who aren't in the room right now.
Oh, okay. Hey, Connie, how are you?
Good.
So tell me, the Kansas Leadership Center and the Kansas Health Foundation, how do you, besides like the Kansas Health Foundation giving out grants and things like that, how do you position yourself within the organization to have a thriving organization?
Well, first of all, none of us work for the Kansas Health Foundation. We are simply here. They are hosting a site for the conference.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
So I'm a board member for the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber, and I am just here to help the other people who are participating in the conference. So,
Okay.
so we're from different organizations.
Okay. So, Sandy, I know that last year, I think we did this in November, and there was somebody, that comment kind of stayed with me, who talked about their African-American neighbor, and when she spoke with the neighbor, like say good morning, the other neighbors were kind of amazed that she was actually being able to do that. But I know that the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber is really making an effort to try to bring members together on how to move forward, because I think it is relevant in the 21st century to have that workforce that understands what diversity means, and not just, oh, you are Black and I'm white and let's go home kind of thing, but really how do we use the diversity that we have in order to build thriving organization. So within the chamber, for your members, where do you go to, if you know where members go to address their diversity needs? You're muted.
Sorry, so you want to know where do they go to meet those?
Yes.
I think it depends on what need that they're trying to meet. You know, we try to connect them with people that do diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and or with the Wichita Hispanic Chamber, the young urban professionals, the young Latino professionals. You know, we're trying to connect them with those different groups, because we really promote not only diversity, equity, inclusion within the organizations, working within the organizations, but on the boards as well, because we realize there's certainly underrepresentation on a lot of nonprofit boards. So we're really trying to work to engage some of that diversity on those boards and within those organizations, and engage young professionals as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So, what has been the most meaningful part of this overview for you?
I would like to hear more about your October 21st event, and to learn more about how we might do something like that here.
Okay, yeah, that would be great, because I think this event, I dream of things sometimes, and sometimes it's just imagination, but sometimes they become reality. Because I think when we talk about communication and creating a space, a safe place for people to do that, it is imperative for the people who are talking about it to create that space. And so I'm really focusing on how do we bring communities and organizations together, so we really start to communicate. And so the Let's Talk event is a breakfast on October 1st, hosted at the Chamber here in Manhattan. And it's going to have, you know, we'll provide food, but it's going to have just basically 2 questions. And one of them will be, who are you? Outside of your organization, you know, are you a dad? You know, how long you've been in this community? And then the next question will be, when you hear the word inclusion, what does it mean for you as a person? What does it mean for your organization? And what does it mean for this community? So people can start to see the impact that these things will have. We will do a couple of them here, but I'm choosing one word. Diversity will not be in the beginning part, because I know people get really anxious when you talk about diversity until you sit down with them and try to explain. But sometimes, because of the preconceived notion of the words that we hear or when we heard them, people are very set in their ways. No, you're trying to say that I'm bad and you are good or whatever. And so, yeah, Daniel, if you want to email me, Cindy, is it okay if I email you the flyer and the information about the Let's Talk? And then I'd like to do one in Wichita, because I know Wichita is far away. But then Cindy, can I work with you to see if we can have a date of, well, let's first see the people who are interested, and then we can have a date for us to do that.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. We'd love to work with you on something like that. And I noticed that Candy also has in the chat, I didn't know if you noticed, but she's talking about how she finds it difficult to introduce diversity and inclusion principles since our community is not very diverse.
Yes.
Becoming more economically diverse, perhaps educationally, but not much else. And so maybe you could talk about that for a moment, because
yeah,
I know
so
communities that are like that.
Yeah, so the thing is interesting because it's hard, it's very difficult to talk about diversity because people mindset immediately go to the race thing. And I don't know, I usually don't refer to myself as African American because I don't know what that is. I usually say I'm a Liberian. Because see, when I go to England, I am a Liberian, but I come to the United States and I'm responsible for the entire continent of Africa. It is the second largest continent in the world, have 150 countries. So I can speak to all of that because I'm only from one country on that continent. So I think one of the things that we need to be creative when we want to talk about diversity and we see that the resistance, then let's change it to engagement discussion. How do we effectively engage each other? How do you engage somebody who doesn't look like you, who's different from you, who may not think like you? So there is, again, that intellectual diversity that we totally don't think about. So let's find the words that people are most comfortable with instead of the words that scares them or drive them away the most. So I think I'm frozen again. Okay, well, I think I think I'm frozen. So Cindy, I did email you the presentation slides. Please feel free to share them with people. And I will send you the information on the Let's Talk event that's coming up on October 21st. And we can go from there. Let me see if there's any more comments in here that I can speak to.
This is Frankie from the Urban League of Kansas. This is a subject that is very sensitive, and what I have done and what others should think about over the years. And I like what Aaron or someone talked about, their community advisory board. Even though the majority of your staff may look like you, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. But to be inclusive, what you can consider, that way your advisory board could be more diverse, include others, that whether it's their age, their background, your clients. That's a first start, especially for nonprofits, if you're really serious about diversity. Because when you think of the Urban League, what do you think of? You think of African Americans first, correct?
Right, yes.
But that's not true. And so it's the opposite of how some of you guys are feeling about yourself, because we serve all people. It doesn't matter your race, your age, etc. And so what we do is be inclusive to include on our advisory board. That's the first step. You can't, maybe you're unable to hire that person that's diverse from yourself, but just take the first step and include them in functions that you're having, your events, and then in time, and that way others will see you are inclusive. You're including all people. So we're in Kansas. Keep that in mind. I'm one of these direct individuals. I've been around a while. I retired 40 years at Wichita State, and so the point is, it's challenging, but it's not difficult if you just take one step at a time. And so be inclusive other ways. Your events, your advisory boards, your board, those of you, because I served on United Way. I can remember going to an allocation meeting and I went out to these organizations. I'm thinking, their boards are not, and I challenged them. I said, why aren't you reaching out, trying to get minorities? Well, let me help you guys, and we can work together and helping to get your boards more diverse with professional individuals. We don't want you to take just anybody. We want to make sure that they're what you're looking for, and that the skills you're looking for to serve on your board. Keep that in mind. So, but it is a difficult, challenging subject, diversity, inclusion. You think, oh, here we go again. And that's what I told them at WSU. Here we go again. Every 5 years, they have a new diversity board. And I just call them out. Look, it's time to put your mouth where your talk is. And they
Absolutely.
did. Look at our president at WSU. Whoa, I couldn't believe when that happened. And he's a wonderful person. So,
well, and I think sometimes we don't think of the people, diversity in regards to disabilities as well. I know we had an attorney that served on our board for a few years that was blind. And he was a great attorney. We loved having him on the board. And he had done lots and lots of things, but I just don't think people with disabilities often enough get invited to participate.
Right, yeah. So Lisa Pine said she had a question. Is Lisa still?
This is Candy.
Okay.
I was going to say that my question about introducing diversity included like sexual orientation and disabilities, because we are a really tiny town, the south side of Sedgwick County. And it's difficult to begin initiatives, outside of the schools. The schools are often leading the way, but trying to make our downtown more accessible for people with disabilities. And other people raise the idea that, we don't have much of a population for that initiative, but I try to make the argument that we don't have that population because we're not friendly to their needs, so they, and then same thing with the board. When I introduced our new board applications that included a lot more demographic information like that, I did get kickback from some more senior members about why would we need such a diverse board if it's not actually reflective of our community.
Well, and I think those are all valid points, but I think if you take a lens throughout the entire state of Kansas, Kansas does not look like what it looked like 5 years ago. So diversity is happening, but I think you can position yourself to say, we may not have that right now, but how do we prepare for it? It's about being prepared so you can embrace that culture when it comes to you. It's not about, because I think our communities are used to reacting to stuff instead of being proactive, but you're trying to be proactive, and the board or whoever it is saying that, well, until it's here, why do we need to even have to talk about it? Because you will have to talk about it. Maybe like, it may not be today, but maybe like 2-3 years from now, you will have to deal with it. So being prepared for those kind of things is important, so that when you have those people, they can feel welcome immediately and things like that. So
thank you. I appreciate that advice.
Yeah. Lisa said she had a question in the chat, but I don't know if she's still on or not.
I don't see her. She may have fallen off. I know she had been in and out.
Oh, okay. Anybody else have a question or any points?
Any other questions for Cola? Well, if seeing no other questions, we want to give you a round of applause for your great presentation. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Something we don't talk enough about. We're shy about talking about it. We need to figure out how we can take more action and how we can have more conversations. But Thank you
Yes.
so much for
Thank you.
sharing with us today. I appreciate all of the work that you do. We will get information out about that that breakfast, and then we
Yeah.
can work together to see how we can put something like that together as well. So thank you so much. And to everybody else, our next session is at 2:15. So you have a short break, and it will be on HR trends in the nonprofit world, which who's having problems hiring these days? Anybody? No, we'll be excited to hear from Connor Cross to talk about those HR trends. So we'll see you all at 2:15. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and have a nice day, you guys.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, bye.
Hey, Connor.
Hey there, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you? You can hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna make you co-host in case you need to share a presentation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're gonna get started about 2:15, so.
That is great.
I'll do an introduction and then, yeah, we're excited to have you present.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
You bet. And I do love your sign back behind you.
Oh, yes. I don't have a lot of decorations. I'm kind of a minimalist, but I do have a picture of the dog and the sign about the dog. So
I love the sign about the dog. That's great. Connor, how long have you been with Syndio?
I have been with Syndio for about 14 years.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't look old enough to have been with Syndio for 14 years, but okay.
Yeah. I was in the Air Force and I got stationed out here and
I
was a
saw that.
reservist and needed a job for the week and not for the week, but Monday through Friday, because reservists are 1 week in a month. And,
yes.
Was hired by Syndio's staffing division. So I did, full service recruiting and staffing.
Yeah.
We were very small back then. I was the 9th employee they hired and then transitioned into HR. And, we've got 53 employees or so now, which doesn't seem huge, but when I know that we were 9 in 2009, it's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
I worked for a staffing company when I was in Tulsa for a while they ended up being called Staffing Solutions. They're part of Staffing Solutions, which is, I think, a national staffing company. And I built up there. They only had a blue collar division, and I built up their office division. And we employed at that time a lot of employees out at a place called Memorex Telex. Call center.
Okay.
Call center. I managed a lot of call center employees.
Absolutely.
which is very, very interesting.
Interesting. That's, yes, it is interesting.
Yeah. Call centers are a unique thing, I guess.
They are. They really are a unique work environment. They have their own culture there. I mean, it's great. Yeah.
And turnover was just like an ongoing
problem. Yeah. Challenge.
And I can remember even back then, and that's been, oh gosh, probably 23, 24 years ago, maybe even longer than that, maybe 25 years ago. And we fought for diversity, really, because we were Memorex Telex was taking calls from all over the world, and we needed people that could speak different languages. And so hard to get.
Yeah.
Constantly trying to work on diversity and so difficult. So.
Yeah, it's not an easy job for sure, being a recruiter.
Yeah. Well, and I was telling somebody recently, we went through a period where employers couldn't get employees. We had tried radio advertising, we had tried print advertising. I mean, we just employers couldn't get employees. So our business was just like through the roof because they looked to us to provide employees, right? You're probably going through that right now. So I said to my boss, I'm going to do a picket for people. We're going to go out to the streets with picket signs. We're going to set up some tables and we're going to, try to stop cars and take. So we did that at all 5 of our locations in Tulsa. And it was a huge hit. We got all this news coverage. We got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications. But my boss at the time said, I'm not having any part of that. If that's what you want to do, I'm not having any part of it. And then in the national newsletter, she took credit for it. But
oh no, ma'am. Yeah, I mean, we had to do things like that too. And you're absolutely right. Our staffing division is 3 employees. They actually office in front of Intrust Bank Arena there on Commerce and Waterman. And it is just, they kind of tell their clients like, look, we don't have the magic formula, but we will work on it every day. We're professionals in this area. We do it all day, every day. And that's kind of the value proposition now.
Yeah.
But, I'm glad I'm not doing staffing anymore. I had to do it in 2009, 2010, and it was kind of rough economy then too. And so.
Yeah.
Connor, where were you stationed?
My first duty, I went to tech school at Fort Meade, Maryland, at the Defense Information School there. And then my first duty station was at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And then I was stationed here at McConnell.
Interesting. Maryland. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Accent. You're not getting your accent from Wyoming.
Do I have an accent? I don't think I have an accent anymore.
You have worked on it well, but it's really, I was trying to figure it out. That's why I asked you where you were stationed.
Yeah, so my family back home in New York, they say that I do not sound like one of them anymore. And then, every now and again, someone here tells me they can hear my accent. So it just depends. But I've been here since 2007. So
but I don't think that's the one I'm hearing though, because I had a friend that lives in New York, and she was working on her accent, to the accent, and but I can tell it sounds more Eastern though. That's all. That's basically all I can tell. Northeastern. I was going to say almost Minnesota, but I guess it's a little further to the east. And
yeah.
It's a thing with me. Yeah.
Interesting. Cindy, is this the first year that you've done virtual, or has it been like this for a couple of years?
Actually, no, we went virtual when COVID hit, and this is actually the third year.
Oh, wow.
We had hoped to be back in person this year, but then COVID started getting worse again.
Yeah.
So we hope next year. I mean, really my intent is to get back to doing things in person.
Yeah.
We got about 3 more minutes and we'll get started.
I was looking for your Kansas Nonprofit Chamber Vista opening on my AmeriCorps website.
You found it?
No, I typed in the nonprofit chamber, Kansas and all that, but it didn't come up. It just said accepting applications, but I think you guys have mine already anyway. Because there was a toss up between you guys and CDDO.
Oh, yes, yes.
So I may be giving you guys a call.
All righty.
I was doing a lot of driving.
Yeah.
East, west, Derby, and I just, with graduate school and everything. That's why I chose the remote option, one reason.
Yep.
To drive all over Kansas. So.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. I want to welcome Connor Cross, who's the Director of Human Resources for Syndio. She's going to present to us today on HR trends in the nonprofit world. Connor oversees all the HR functions internally and for clients there at Syndio. She got her start at Syndio in 2009, managing the company's staffing division before transitioning to HR. I told her she didn't look like she could be there for 14 years. She looks very young. She has a bachelor's degree in business management from Park University and a master's of business administration degree with a concentration in HR from Baker University. In addition to her role at Syndio, Connor serves her community as the vice president at Family Promise of Greater Wichita and serves civically as a member of the Kansas Employment Security Board of Review. Connor is originally from New York and served 6 years in the U.S. Air Force. Welcome, Connor, and I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here today. Like Cindy had mentioned, I am the Vice President of Family Promise of Greater Wichita, as well as being the Director of HR for Syndio. And so for many, many years, I felt like I was doing my job by writing checks and sending them in and donating, which is so important, right? We still need people to do that for sure. And maybe about 3 years ago or so, my husband and I had moved around a little bit for his job. We were coming back to Wichita in 2019, and I really said, I want to be doing more. I want to be doing something more meaningful. What type of volunteer opportunities might be out there? And I was introduced to Family Promise through someone I worked with at Syndio. And it has truly been one of the most fulfilling things and the most challenging things I have ever done. I do not come from a nonprofit background at all. It was kind of my first foray, and I completely respect every single one of you who work in a nonprofit every day, because it is tough, but again, so rewarding to know that I can use these skills from the business environment and be able to apply them to, a board position or assisting an organization, a nonprofit organization with HR. So thank you all for doing what you do every day. Certainly my board position with Family Promise has been quite eye-opening, and I swear I learn new things every day about what it is to run a nonprofit, a successful nonprofit. So today we are going to focus on 5 HR trends affecting nonprofits today. Those 5, real quick, are flexibility in the workplace, employee wellness, employee pay, recruiting and retention, and then DE&I. So we'll go into all 5 of those a little bit more in depth. And I was taking a look at the agenda for this event, and I was excited to see that there was a diversity seminar right before this. And that also there is one tomorrow, I believe, on overcoming staffing challenges. So both very important. Hopefully you made the diversity one earlier, and definitely make the staffing challenges one tomorrow, because I know you're all feeling it. You don't need me to tell you it's real, but attend that one too. So the first trend, HR trend number 1, flexibility. So I feel like when employers, nonprofit or for-profit or otherwise, hear this word flexibility, their mind immediately goes to remote work, hybrid work. Nope, that doesn't work for me. But really, flexibility in the workplace encompasses such a large amount of other topics. And it has become very important. It's become very important for your current employees. It's been become very important for job seekers, right? So the market you're looking to recruit into your organization. It has just become one of those things that has really fast forwarded because of COVID, honestly. And so I wanted to throw out some of these workplace statistics in regards to flexibility, just so you can see kind of how impactful being able to offer some type of flexibility could be for your organization. So 94% of workers surveyed in a Future Forum Pulse Summer Snapshot survey. So this is current data from June 2022. 94% of workers said that they wanted flexibility in when they perform their work. Okay, so that's a little bit different of kind of that narrow view of flexibility only being remote or hybrid work options. 80% of workers want flexibility in where they work. So again, that does focus more on the location of work, if it's remote, if it's hybrid. But what I think is interesting about those two statistics together is that there's a considerable amount, more workers who really want flexibility in when they perform their work. So a flex schedule, some more flexible scheduling options, which we'll get into some options here in a moment. 55% of those employees surveyed on work flexibility, whether they were happy or not, 55% of them said they are open to looking for new jobs if it means more flexibility in when or where they perform their work. And I think even more staggering is the 70% of workers who are dissatisfied with their current amount of flexibility will absolutely look for a new opportunity in the near future. With the cost of turnover, not just the cost of that to your staff, but the communities that you serve, that is definitely a difficult pill to swallow. And it certainly should kind of put you on notice that this is an important topic. I know that workplaces are all different. And yes, remote work, hybrid work does not work for every organization. And I completely agree. But there are ways that you can offer flexibility in the workforce to improve engagement, to improve retention, and decrease your turnover. So let's talk about what workplace flexibility is. Again, I'm going to ask you to look beyond kind of that narrow scope of where the work is performed, but there are other aspects that go into workplace flexibility. One being the ability to make decisions related to the details of their work. So for me and my staff, again, we offer outsourced HR, payroll, and benefit solutions. I have an end result. I need my clients to be happy. I need to make sure my clients' worksite employees are well taken care of. How that happens doesn't matter as much to me because everybody's work styles are so different. What works for me is not going to work for somebody else whose personality and work habits might be different. So you can offer flexibility to your team just by allowing them to make decisions related to how that work is performed. I think a really important one, and you are inundated with the term work-life balance these days. It is on the news. It is on, kind of some of the HR blogs and things like that that I follow, but it is so important when you're thinking about flexibility to think of an employee's ability to balance their professional and their personal needs. And again, that goes beyond the scope of where the work is performed. There are so many different things that you may be able to offer employees that help them balance those personal obligations with their professional obligations. Because if you are allowing employees the time that they need during the workday, the resources that they need to take care of personal obligations, you will have happier, more productive employees when they are at work. And then third, when you're thinking about workplace flexibility, think about the ability to design work around individual work styles and needs. So again, I always joke, I don't want to work around a bunch of people who act like me, behave like me, have a personality like mine, okay? And so the work behaviors and habits that I have that allow me to achieve my goals and meet the end result at the end of the day aren't going to work for somebody who is not like me. And so again, we have a very results-oriented approach here at Syndio. Yes, we want you to follow a process, and yes, we want you to use a system, but follow the processes, that work for you. And sometimes, obviously, there's regulatory, there's compliance things. Employees can't make up their own processes, but there are ways to kind of give them some autonomy in how they're designing that work based on their own needs, their own work styles, their own habits and behaviors. So we talked about these a little bit, but there are some real benefits to offering flexibility in the workplace. And they include increased retention, better employee morale, a higher sense of loyalty, which is so important in retaining your staff, and decreased turnover. So all really good things, really good benefits to being able to offer workplace flexibility to your staff. So here's some ideas. Yes, remote or hybrid work. Of course, again, I want you to think beyond that narrow focus, but obviously that is one of the kind of big ones today, is being able to offer remote or hybrid work options. Here at Syndio, we're able to offer kind of a work where you're most productive approach. For some people, they're in this office 40 hours a week. They come to the office, they like being here, this is where they're most productive. Some spend a lot of time at home. Then there's people like me who like to be in the office sometimes, but like the flexibility of being able to stay home if my schedule is like that day, or if I have some really detailed work that I need to focus on. But there are other things, you know, beyond the location of work that you really should consider. Certainly when you're considering these options, you want to think about not just the needs of the employees, but also the needs of your business. You know, what could you offer that will not have a negative impact on your organization's operations and the community that you serve? We have seen a lot of clients who can't do remote or hybrid work. So I'm talking about like our manufacturing facilities, right? You can't go build a plane at home in your driveway. A lot of our manufacturing clients specifically, in this effort to be able to offer more flexibility, have gotten really creative in how they're able to schedule their staff and still achieve business outcomes, okay? And so some of those things are flex time. Flex time is something we offer at Syndio, right? Our business hours are 8 to 5. You can get here from 7 to 9 in the morning, and you can leave from 4 to 6 in the evening. You know, we are not big sticklers for when that happens. Now, that works for us. That might not work for you, and that's okay. Maybe you can only offer a half-hour window. Maybe you can't offer that window at all. Maybe if your staff encompasses people who travel a lot to appointments, right? Maybe they're case managers. Maybe they are going out and seeing families or going out and visiting other partners in the community. Can you offer some flexibility there where they don't have to be person in chair Monday through Friday exactly at 8 and leave at 5 every day? Another one is a compressed schedule, right? So a 4-day work week. They work more hours, so you still get those 40 hours in a week, but they're doing it in a smaller schedule. You know, 10-hour days, especially when you're doing the type of work nonprofits do, sounds like a very long, emotionally draining day to me. But there's also a schedule where it's a 940, a 980, where you have a bi-weekly 80 hours a week budgeted for that employee, and they work 9 of those days, right? So instead of having a 4-day work week, they essentially can take 1 day off every 2 weeks, and it kind of gives them that free day. You're still getting those budgeted hours out of them. You know, they're not working a 10-hour day. You know, I'm not a mathematician, but 80 hours divided by the 9 work days, you know, they're only working a little bit more. And again, that might not work for you, but could you offer that and still achieve your business outcomes? You know, that's kind of the question you need to ask yourself. Another one is a reduced schedule. So I've had employees, you know, come to me and just say, I can no longer work a 40-hour work week. I feel like I have to resign. I was able to save that employee by offering her a 24-hour work week, moving and automating some of the other work that she had done. And I was still able to retain a great employee by just reducing that schedule. And my hope is one day she will be ready to come back to work for us full time. And she'll already be an employee. She'll still know all of our processes and systems and have an email and have all her passwords, and she can just start full time again. But I was able to keep her by being able to reduce that schedule on a more permanent basis. And then there's also alternative scheduling. Again, alternative scheduling is just going to be based on the needs of your business. You know, what are your office hours? The community that you're serving, when are they most often in the office? Things of that nature. So it's just changing that schedule from a set kind of Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and offering some kind of alternative to that based on the needs of the employee and the needs of the business. Job sharing is another one too. So we have actually done this at the nonprofit I work with, there was a full-time job. We had 2 employees who were part-time that were happy and excited and interested in that position. And we were happy, excited, and interested in having them work for us. And so we were able to take a full-time position, budgeted for 40 hours, and split those hours, right? So together, we're still making, meeting our budgetary constraints, but we were able to get 2 great part-time employees to take that one full-time position, which was really nice. So another one, I hate to use the word unlimited PTO because it just sounds like you can have whatever time off you want all the time. So I like to call it self-managed PTO, but it's essentially employees take off the time they need when they need it. So they may not accrue, a set amount every pay period or a set amount every year, but they're encouraged to use PTO when and if they need it at any time, for any reasonable reason, whether that's illness, whether that's taking care of, personal needs, family needs, or actually to take a vacation. One of the big things with unlimited or self-managed PTO, though, is you want to make sure that you promote a positive PTO culture where people don't feel guilty to take the time off, where people feel free to take off the time they need for their own well-being, again, but you're still able to meet your business objectives. So again, there are a lot of different options for flexibility. I had a client who is in a very rural area. They are a manufacturing facility. They came up with the most brilliant idea that I had never thought of. And again, I know they're a manufacturing facility. It's different than, what you all do on the phone, but really it's just a great example of how creative you can get while, again, still achieving those business outcomes. And so they lived in a rural community. There was not a lot of healthcare. So when the women got married and started having children, it would essentially take half of the population of that area out of the workforce because there were no daycare facilities. The ones that they had were either far away or very expensive. And so their idea was to create a shift for parents, for for parents who had school-aged kids. The shift only ran after they could get their kids to school. And it ended so that they could go get their kids, and it was closed on any school holidays. And so they were able to bring back a chunk of the workforce by just offering a different shift for those people who couldn't do a traditional, manufacturing type of 6 to 3 or 6 to 4 shift. So again, if a manufacturing facility can offer some sort of alternative scheduling, I am very confident that almost any organization could find something that works for them. Again, the key here is give the employees something meaningful while also being able to meet those business objectives. Does anyone have any questions on workplace flexibility before we move on to the next trend? Okay.
So I had a question. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, took me a minute to find the button. I was just wondering if you had what your advice was to stay connected well when using that flex time and kind of a more flexible schedule. Just because I've been a part of some organizations where when that was used, it was very hard to collaborate still as a team, to stay in contact. So I just didn't know if there were programs that you would recommend or tips and tricks for that.
Yeah, so we are really good about using our calendars within Microsoft Teams, and it's integrated with Outlook so that people know when we're available, what our available time is, what our remote work time is. And honestly, I would prefer to be in person. I don't know why that is, but it took me a long time to get really comfortable being on camera. I'd rather speak in front of 2,000 people than speak in front of a camera, to be honest. But we just had to be really good and really organized about utilizing those calendars. So I can go on to anyone's calendar and see, okay, this is a work from home day for this person. I'm going to collaborate with her on Teams. Okay. Or if there's a personal appointment, it is blocked time on their calendar. So I know that that is not time where they are open to collaborate in person or virtually. And so it took us a lot of getting used to. We've been using this, and we went remote, you know, in April of 2020. But it's taken some time, you know, it's taken some time and kind of some lessons learned. But again, it's just really utilizing those calendars and being really clear about the time we're available or not. And so if I have someone who's coming in at 9 that day, they typically block off 8 to 9 on their calendar as a personal appointment or unavailable or something like that. So I know that they're utilizing flex time during that time.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next trend, which is employee wellness. And again, employee wellness encompasses a lot of different aspects of an employee's life. And so it really goes beyond an employee's physical health when you're talking about kind of the more holistic employee wellness. And so it includes an employee's well-being. A big one right now is an employee's mental health needs, work-life balance, stress reduction. One that's popping up now too a little bit more frequently I see is the idea of financial wellness and being able to offer those types of services to staff. And then also flexible whole family care, right? So not just providing care for the employee and the employee's own health conditions and needs, but being able to provide care for the whole family or time and benefits the employee needs to care for a dependent for some reason. And so there are a lot of vendors popping up that provide wellness benefits to employees outside of just a medical insurance plan. And so we're seeing those quite frequently. I just went to a PEO industry, which is professional employer organization. It's an HR outsourcing industry event, and there were more wellness vendors in the vendor marketplace than I had ever seen before. You know, and they're offering a lot of cool things too. So let's talk a little bit about what employers are doing when it comes to employee wellness. So there's 75% of employers, and this is from a MetLife Employee Benefit Trends Survey from June 2021. 75% of employers are enabling employees to have greater customization of their benefits, or they intend to do it in the future. And so with customization, you know, employers are essentially paying the same employer portion of premium. They're just offering a lot more options to their employees. Okay, so it's really low to no difference in cost to offer more plans. So at Syndio, for example, we offer, you know, and I know that we are not a nonprofit entity, but we offer, you know, 4 medical plans and traditional medical plans and a high deductible plan. Syndio contributes the same amount to all of those plans, but now it's giving the employees an option to choose a benefit that works for them. And that goes beyond health benefits. Again, wellness goes beyond health benefits, but you can offer customizations and different benefits and a really robust cafeteria plan without spending a whole lot of money. 74% of employers are offering more value or more added value services for employees, such as mental health programs or employee assistance programs, or they intend to in the near future. Again, that mental health piece is huge. Mental health is something that's typically always been covered in traditional medical plans, but it hasn't always been called out or marketed or communicated in a great way to the employee base. And so as we see summary plan descriptions and other benefit marketing materials updated over the past year or two, they're really calling out the mental health programs that they have. A lot of those are offered through telehealth, which is really nice. So your employees don't miss a lot of time. They can get on their phone. They can speak to a therapist through video chat and get the care they need pretty quickly. But again, you know, it is something that should be part of your benefit plans if you offer benefits, but you may need to contact your carrier or broker and get some better material so that your employees are aware of those benefits. And then 66% of employers are expanding the range of employee paid benefits. We also call those voluntary benefits. And so that's really the beauty of employee paid benefits is, again, when you're a nonprofit and really for profit, you have a budget for these types of things, right? And so you can offer a ton of employee paid or voluntary benefits at a great premium to employees at no cost to the organization. And there is just a whole host of them out there, which we'll talk about in a second. One of the ones we started offering, I think we started offering it this year, was pet insurance. Oh my gosh, everyone here went wild about pet insurance. Syndio pays 0 premium towards that. You know, yes, we get group rates, you know, we get discounted premium rates for the employees, but that was no cost to us. And it made our staff so happy to have the option of pet benefits. So pet benefits is on here, but we'll talk about the rise of lifestyle benefits. So again, this is a term that is kind of new in the past year or so, this idea of lifestyle benefits, and it encompasses a lot of different things. One, it could be gym membership. So the Y even offers, you know, corporate discount for Y memberships. And so Syndio pays nothing from that. For that, but we're part of a corporate program, and so our employees get a little bit of a discount on gym memberships. I'm sure other gyms besides the YMCA do that too. Student loan debt assistance, tuition reimbursement. I know in the nonprofit world, you may have staff that has continuing education needs, so being able to budget and provide some kind of compensation for some of those continuing education activities. Pet insurance, which we just talked about. Commuter benefits, those aren't so big here, but we've had clients in New York, or, you know, now you know I'm from New York, being able to give your employees Metro cards and things like that to help with some of their commuting expenses. Discount programs for local events. We get tickets for Wind Surge games here at Syndio. I think it is one of the most beloved benefits here at Syndio are those Wind Surge tickets. We put them up to raffle. It's like a game on who gets them, and then we all brag if we win the tickets. So again, there's a lot of different things that you can offer for low or no cost that all go into an employee's well-being and an employee's wellness, and kind of go beyond just that traditional medical, dental, and vision plans. Does anyone out there want to share, do you offer any lifestyle benefit plans currently? Which ones do you offer? Have they been well received by your staff? Okay. I guess I'll let you guys off the hook for that one.
We
Hang
used
on.
to offer time off to attend school meetings.
Yes, that is great. That is awesome. Yeah, I love that. Is that paid time off or unpaid time off?
Paid time off.
Yeah, that is amazing.
We
That is-
offer, well, we do the same, let people take time off for school, but we also give employees paid time for any CEUs they need to maintain for their positions, or if they're just interested in expanding in a certain area, we try to always make that available to them as paid time. The other thing that we offered during COVID is, and this was COVID specific, but we didn't want people to rush back to work if they were sick. So we authorized 2 weeks paid outside of your normal PTO accrual. So people did not have to worry about going on vacation during COVID. They could still know that they could still do that. If they got sick, they were still going to be fine.
I love everything you're saying, Aaron. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, with the rise of COVID and going remote, we were kind of, away from the larger society for quite some time, living like astronauts, sort of, right? So my question would be, is what I put in here in the chat was like, any kind of home gym equipment or anything that's going to increase well-being while working remotely. Would something like this be likely to be added to a benefit package of any kind?
I think it really just depends. I know some of the bigger companies for sure offer reimbursements for things like that, offer reimbursements or, you know, like if they go do their annual wellness exam and they go get 2 teeth cleanings a year, they kind of accrue points and they can trade them in for exercise equipment or like Fitbits or Apple Watches and things of that nature. Here at Syndio, you know, we get everybody standing desks. Some people have bikes under their desk and treadmills under their desk, but we have them cover that cost. So it's not to say it will never happen, but not a lot of employers are offering reimbursement for those things. But I think that's a great idea. I mean, that's getting creative. That's exactly what we're saying here.
Standing desk also, it really helped break the monotony, not sitting all day, getting the legs moving, getting the mind working. I work pretty well standing. So.
Yeah. And we offer too, we have the fancy desks that like you press a button and they stand up. We have some of those, but we also just have kind of those convertible desktop pieces, and people can actually take those home if they want. If there's somebody who works remote or hybrid and they want to have a standing desk at home, we let them kind of check those out and take them. We have a whole bunch of them, and those were, wow, the standing desks were a big hit here.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay, so here's some things to consider when you're thinking about maybe adding some employee wellness benefits for your employees. You know, there's some practical accounting and finance things you want to look at if they're going to be pre or post tax, if they're going to be employee versus employer paid. If the employer is going to pay for it, you want to make sure that you plan and budget for it accordingly. Are you going to allow employees to pay for these benefits through deductions from pay, or is this benefit vendor going to require a direct bill? And then I think most important is, do your employees want it? I would have never guessed, if my life depended on it, that on that employee engagement survey, the majority of employees here wanted to sit on exercise balls and stand at stand-up desks. Okay, it was not a huge hit to our budget to be able to offer that, and our employees were so happy. But you don't know until you ask. I've been here for 14 years. Sometimes I think, what do I know? You know, Connor Cross does not want to guess on behalf of the 53 employees who work here at Syndio. And so if we're thinking about offering a new benefit, or we want to know if there's benefits out there that our team is interested in, we do little anonymous surveys throughout the year just to gauge that interest. Because sometimes I think you could be surprised at what employees value. And again, that is not one size fits all approach, right? Every workplace is going to be different. So. Any questions on wellness before we move on to pay? Okay. So employee pay, I mean, everyone has probably heard of the tight labor market, inflation, wage pressure ad nauseum, but we're going to talk about it. Family Promise National, we're part of a larger national affiliate, they did a wage survey, a national wage survey on Family Promise affiliates. And the summary, I mean, it was pages of data and it was fascinating, and it really helped us benchmark employee pay and figure out where we stood compared to other like-sized affiliates of ours. However, the single most impactful thing, and I have memorized this quote since then, was one of the statements that they made in the summary of this wage report. And it's this quote: working in the nonprofit sector should no longer be synonymous with substandard wages. And hearing that quote was so, like I said, it was so impactful to me because I feel like, you know, we even were like, well, we're a nonprofit. What are we supposed to do? We can't pay what this big company is doing. And some of that is true, but you should still be in market. Okay. Even if it is in the bottom range of that market, we can no longer use the excuse, well, we're a nonprofit. We can no longer pay, or we can't pay, or we've never been able to pay, you know, a market acceptable rate for the work that these staff are performing. My board probably hates to hear when I say that, but I'm like, if we can budget for it, we can have it. That's what I always say. Yeah, you want that? We want to give raises. I love it. Let's raise the money, right? We want to offer standing desks. I think that's great. What's our budget for it? And we need to raise the money. How are we going to do that? And so it's working really closely with your director of development, executive director, executive board to make sure that these things are properly budgeted for. Because we can't say that. If we want to retain talent, many of our nonprofits, if the staff were to leave, probably all of the nonprofits. I know Syndio is a for-profit organization. If the staff disappeared, Syndio would cease to exist. Our staff are literally our most important resource. They are the resource that keeps our organizations going every day. They fulfill our mission every day. And so we have to make sure that the wages are a market rate, which I know can be really hard to keep up with, especially right now in this economy. And so I think it's important to know too that wages are still rising. Okay, so we are not outside of inflation already. 5.7% is the wage and salary increases for the 12-month period ending in June 2022. And this is from a Bureau of Labor Statistics, a BLS survey. Wages have gone up 5.7%. I mean, it's hard for any organization to keep up with. 70% of organizations surveyed say they plan to raise employee pay even more, that they have to in order to remain competitive. And then 63% of organizations reported that inflation is a huge consideration for the majority of their business decisions, okay, including obviously wage increases. I'm seeing a lot of chats right now, and I agree. I feel like the staff need to be paid. And like I said, put the money where the mouth is. We're going to find a budget for it. We'll do something. We'll do Facebook fundraiser. I don't care what it is. That is what I always say. Yes, we want that. Let's go get the money, period. It's not if we get the money, it's we will go get the money.
Some companies may state that, employers may state that, well, you know, we give this benefits package. We have a deal with YMCA. We have insurance. We offer pet insurance, or a list of things. But if we look at the standing desk and a little bit of exercise equipment, you could potentially eliminate the YMCA deal. And with health insurance companies, that amount of money going into insurance companies may lower over time. If you have 70% of your employees at standing desks, that you have also they've also gotten equipment, you know, to keep themselves healthy, both mentally and physically. That could translate into lower health insurance costs and a better employee all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a good wage too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, a lot of the things you're talking about are this kind of concept of total compensation, you know, which is really important, you know, because it isn't all just about pay. Yes, you want to pay a market wage. That is, to me, that's a bare minimum. You know, yes, you want to offer medical, dental, vision. That is a bare minimum. What else can we offer? That goes above and beyond, because those types of things are just the bare minimum. It is an expectation. Employees will not come to you if you don't have those things. So yeah, I mean, sometimes you do have to do a good job of adding a monetary value to the employer portion of your benefits, the dollar value of PTO, so that people can get a better understanding overall what the total compensation is outside of just an hourly wage or a salary. So I know it's easier said than done. to make sure that you are budgeting for these salary increases, but it is possible. It is possible. Again, I know it needs to be budgeted for, and I know it could take some time. I even think of Syndio's pay strategy. And again, I've been here forever. It seems like I've been here for 14 years, but we made it a big focus area for ourselves to improve the culture here and to evaluate the work environment and the benefits and the pay and everything that goes into the employee experience. And, you know, we found that some of our jobs maybe were below market, and we couldn't give them everything all at once today, right? We needed to plan and we needed to budget for that, right? And so it needed to happen over the period of a year or 2 years in some situations. And it's something that we review and work on periodically and very cyclically. But first, and this is what I tell my clients, well, I think I need to give somebody, you know, a 20% raise. Well, great. Did you collect data for that though? Like, have you really looked to see what the market wage data is for that? And so you can always start with a wage survey. Wage surveys, certainly you can hire a third-party partner to help you with a wage survey, an HR outsourcing company, a company that focuses just on compensation plans. But there's also some other free resources. Like I said, Family Promise, we're part of a national organization. We're a local affiliate. And so they produce salary data of other Family Promise affiliates that we were able to use. But there are free web-based resources as well. I mean, if you go into what I like to call the internet machine or the Google machine and type in executive director pay in Wichita, Kansas, there is going to be resources, valuable resources, accurate data that pulls up. And so I always say, start with a wage survey. If you're not sure where your wages stand, step one, figure out what the market data is, okay? Try to figure out what the end goal is, even though we know it may take you some time to get there. Some examples of free web-based resources include salary.com, Indeed, PayScale, Glassdoor. All of them have some really good data out there, and they're ones that, you know, I use pretty frequently. So again, step one is collecting that timely and accurate data. It's also really important to know and understand your budget approval process, right? Is there a way you have to submit increases to the budget? Do they only happen at certain times of the year? So just make sure that going into your compensation planning strategy sessions, that you understand that budget approval process, and that you understand who needs to be involved, when they need to be involved. And also come with that data, okay? If your board is involved in approving those things, if donors, I mean, whoever it is, come with that data, be able to present some of that data. It can be very powerful. You always want to analyze your stakeholders too, right? Because you obviously want to do right by the employee, but you have an organization to run with a budget that's probably already been set for at least a year. So again, you kind of have to figure out who those stakeholders are. And again, there might be external stakeholders. I saw in the chat that some of these wage conversations might be due to donors not having realistic expectations and the need to advocate for yourself and for your staff. And so if there are external stakeholders involved, how do you get that data out to them? How do you communicate? How do you advocate for yourselves to those external stakeholders if there are some? And then develop a plan. Like I said, if you find that all of your positions are 10% under market value, you might not be able to give them that tomorrow. Okay, you are likely going to have to figure out a plan on how to roll that out, whether it be periodic, smaller increases. I think the most important thing to do, though, is be transparent. I never had a problem 7 years ago when we had that at Syndio to say, look, we are looking into this. We feel like pay may be below market here. We are going on a quest to collect as much market data as possible so we can make informed decisions. However, we are not going to be able to give everybody everything today. Just know we are working on it. when you do figure out what the market data is and you do come up with a plan, be a little bit transparent about that plan too. Hey, we are going to roll this out in standard increases every 6 months until everybody is up to market, or once a year, or we are implementing a COLA increase. It is okay to be transparent about those things that affect employees, because for all you know, they could be on Indeed every night looking for positions because they need something that pays a little bit more. And so being transparent tells them you care, you're looking into it, and there's some kind of call to action, right? They know that you are going to be moving forward, trying to make it better, presenting this data to the board, adding it to the budget, whatever the case may be. So again, that plan does not need to be the plan for tomorrow. It can be a longer term plan, especially when you're working within budgetary constraints. And, you know, I definitely understand that. There we go. Any questions on employee pay before we move on? Any questions, comments? It looks like Cindy says if you are a member of the Kansas Nonprofit Chamber, they give access to salary reports on nonprofit salaries. Love that. Can I get my hands on that? A Family Promise is a member, I'm pretty sure. But there is information out there for you. Like I said, you could hire a third party. I don't know if it's a really good use of you know, your funds. But there are firms out there that specialize in wage analysis and building compensation structures for their customers and clients. But again, there is so much great information out there for you, free at your fingertips. So start there. Questions, anyone? Comments?
At some point, would you talk about wage and hour law as it might affect flexibility of scheduling and that kind of thing? I don't know if this is the right place for it, but wherever.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good point to make. You know, the Fair Labor Standard Acts, wage and hour laws are all things that you want to keep in mind when you're developing a compensation plan. When you're allowing flex time for your hourly employees, you have to make sure you're still paying them for clocked hours. You cannot allow them to flex time to avoid paying overtime. You know, and I think it's important to state too that some of those laws could be changing. And changing very soon. So if you have salary exempt employees, that salary threshold will likely be increasing under the new president and his administration. And so that's something to keep in mind. I know a lot of nonprofits and for-profits that are paying, you know, the bare minimum salary threshold to their exempt employees, which is what, $624 a week. It's $35,600 and some dollars a week. That will likely be going up. We don't know how much. Honestly, we expect the comment period and some initial information to come out in October. So here shortly, we'll see. They've been pretty much silent on that. But certainly, you know, in all aspects of compensation planning, as well as any changes to schedules, you want to make sure that you have a firm understanding of any wage and hour laws that might impact those decisions.
Do you think that it would be possible, maybe I'm going a little bit too far out here, I don't like giving a whole lot of okay, to gather like the nonprofits, the managers of nonprofits together and use them as a collective bargaining for insurance companies and other services for their employees as a whole, rather than one organization doing it singularly or all organizations doing it alone?
Yeah, you know, in theory, there's buying power in grouping people together. So I think about a service that we offer, a co-employment service we offer to our clients, where we've kind of become the employer of record and we take over the HR function. Because they're all under our FEIN, all the employees are being paid, it creates more buying power, right? So that 20-person client now becomes part of our PEO group, who's 2,000 worksite employees, and the buying power that comes from that. Where I think it gets difficult is that you all are not operating under the same FEIN. And so benefit carriers like to group you as such. Now, there are some times where you can be a part of some type of industry group or nonprofit group. A lot of the things that they're offering, though, are more like discount plans than they are traditional benefit plans. And so I think Kansas Nonprofit Chamber maybe offered something like that, or currently does. I know there's some options like Family Promise National offers to its affiliates. But it's not quite there. It's not quite what you could get on the open market, believe it or not, you know? And I think too, you know, if any of you are operating at smaller nonprofits, it can be very difficult because most plans make you have 2 people enrolled. And so if you're working at a smaller nonprofit, you don't meet the participation requirements to get a benefit plan. And I know that we struggled with that at Family Promise. You know, when I started, I think we had 1 full-time employee and 2 part-time employees back in 2019. And so we weren't even eligible to go to market to try to get a plan because we only had 1 benefit eligible employee. And so it made it very, very difficult for us to come up with, you know, options. And I just could not wait to hire that 2nd full-time employee so that I could get a bid for benefits. But it's a struggle, I know. And it's very common. I bet once a year I ask Family Promise National if there's any updates, any difference in the benefits they're able to offer the affiliates and things like that. But it's a hard market for sure. Yeah, Aaron, that is not something specific to nonprofits. So Aaron said that they're not really even able to renegotiate anything. Every time they look at plans, they're more expensive. That is a trend, just a marketplace trend, nonprofit, for-profit, doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. I mean, I remember at Syndio, we used to be able to like, no, we don't want that increase. Like, can you work with us? Can we do something different? It is not that way anymore. It's like, here's your increase, here's your plans, you can take it or leave it. It's really, really difficult. And it's very frustrating sometimes for our clients as we're helping them navigate through some of that, or when it's being communicated to our clients that they have a 30% increase in premiums and they're thinking, where do I get this money from? Like, some of this is going to be an employer premium. And so it is really tough. I mean, if I'm being really honest, the benefit system, you know, in our country is broken. And I'm not going to say more than that, but there has to be a change. It's something that our president and CEO advocates for with some of the larger carriers. It's always on his radar. But it's not a problem, I think, that any of us as individual nonprofits or for-profits or executives of companies can fix, unfortunately. But I'm always looking at it. I'll tell you that for sure. And our president and CEO, the owner of Syndio, is always looking at it too.
And these are some of the reasons why I went ahead. I was able to do this, to get a couple of items for home exercise equipment, and also state-of-the-art desktop. And then recently just purchased an extra, another monitor, so that I could be more productive and get things done. And so I just took it upon myself. I was able to do that. A lot of people are not able to do that. So,
right,
having families and whatnot.
Okay. So I know I'm going long on time, which is, just par for the course with me. So we're going to get through these next ones and get you on your way, but let's talk about recruiting and retention. So another one that is just a very difficult market. Here's the thing though, I really think that nonprofits are able to use this type of market to their advantage because the work that you are doing is meaningful. And that's not to say the work that I do for Syndio is not meaningful, right? Helping my clients with their HR needs is meaningful in a way. But when I think about the work I do for Family Promise and the families that I serve there, it takes meaningful truly to a whole different level. And so I think that's really a plus when it comes to you all recruiting for your nonprofits, is that there is just a global search for meaning right now. And it's been happening over the past couple of years. But now more than ever, job seekers are looking and demanding more meaningful work. It is a key driver in job satisfaction. Being able to combine work and mission is something that's highly sought after. And people are really looking for work that serves a higher purpose. And so I found this statistic just really telling that most career professionals would sacrifice 23% of their future earnings for work that is always meaningful. Don't tell your donors that are trying to lowball your salaries though. This is just for us in this conversation. But there are people who would give up salary, benefits, total compensation to have work that is always meaningful for them. And I feel like that's really the edge that you have as nonprofits, is that the work that you do is so meaningful. And so how do you capitalize on that? How do you build that into your recruitment strategy? How do you build that into your job posting so that people read that job posting and can see that the work is meaningful in a very different way? And so when you're thinking about a tight labor market, even Syndio has done this internally. Are you a good fit for our culture? We would love to train you on how to do the job here, right? So I'm going to ask you, would you rather have an employee who's passionate about your mission, lacks some of the skills needed, but and then we could train them on some of the skills. Maybe they're not great at Microsoft Excel. Well, we can train them to take care of Microsoft Excel and to build their skills in that area. So again, when you're looking at a tight labor market, just make sure that you are focusing on culture fit. Is this person trainable? Is this person passionate about what we do? That is far more important than their Excel skills. Some other statistics I want to call out are, why do employees quit and why do employees stay? So this was a couple different surveys. The information for those are below there in the corner, but 18% of employees quit because there was not enough opportunity at their workplace. 10.5% quit because there's work-life balance issues. 10% because of their job. They didn't like their job duties. They didn't have autonomy. 7.8% quit because of a manager. They didn't like their manager, didn't get along with their manager. 7.7% because of the physical work environment or culture. And only 7% for total reward. So with very little budget, you could fix those top 5 things. It takes very little out of a budget to give someone a career path, to help somebody better balance their work life and their personal responsibilities. Job enrichment. It costs nothing to better coach your managers to be a better manager, right? To better lead and manage their people. I think that's just very telling because, again, it goes beyond wages. There's other things that you can improve on a tight budget. And so why do employees stay? Again, it's a lot of the same reasons. Now, 19% was total rewards, but 19% was because they had a great manager. They stayed because of a great manager. 21% stayed because they have a lot of recognition. 23% stayed because improvements were made to their work-life balance. And so again, these are things outside of total compensation that you can impact in order to recruit and retain talent within your organization. People often say, where do I start? And you've heard me say this on a couple different things here, but ask your employees. You want to know what they want, what they need. Are they thinking about leaving? Why are they leaving? Just ask them. The data is all there, right? So we rely on data from exit interviews. So if people depart, we ask them questions. Why are you leaving? What was the key indicator? Was it compensation or benefits? What one thing could have changed here to allow you to stay? All of that's important, but you're kind of looking in the rear view mirror when you're talking about exit interviews. The person's gone. Okay, there's nothing you can do to get them to stay. The turnover has already happened. So also very, very important as part of that strategy is to get stay interviews. Okay, why do you stay here? Why have you been so loyal? If you were to leave, what would be one of the reasons that you would look for other opportunities? Same with employee surveys. And you heard me say we do anonymous surveys here. I mean, we do them on silly things like, where do you want the Christmas party to be this year? Because instead of asking 53 employees, or again, doing what Connor Cross wants, which is to just stay at home with the dog and not go to the Christmas party at all, we ask the employees. I don't want to guess what they want. And sometimes still they surprise me with what their wants, what their needs are. And so employee surveys are so important. We try to do them annually here. Sometimes something will come up that we want to get feedback from quicker. And so we might do breakout surveys on specific topics, but that is where you start. Ask your employees, build a plan around that employee feedback. Questions on that before we move on? I mean, we only have 1 minute, but I'm going to try to get through this pretty quick. Okay. Thankfully, you had a session just before this on diversity, but obviously diversity, equity, inclusion, huge. Okay, huge trend. Will continue to be a trend in the years to come. Oh, 3:30, great. Okay, I won't rush that quick. So let's talk a little bit. There we go. So diversity, equity, inclusion defined. So diversity is just the presence of all of our differences. So everyone in your workplace, everything that makes them different. It could be gender, it could be age, it could be their culture, sexual orientation, their family dynamic, their disabilities, their political views, which don't talk about those in the workplace. Okay, let me just say that right there. But there's a lot of different things that make us different, right? I'm a little bit different than a lot of the people I work with. Sometimes I think it's because I grew up on the East Coast, you know, in a place that was very different from Kansas. So diversity is just the presence of all of those differences in everybody we work with. Now, equity is ensuring that the processes, the policies that we have, the workplace we have is impartial, it's fair, and it provides opportunity to everybody. And then there's inclusion, which is ensuring that all employees, regardless of how diverse they are, regardless of their background, feel a sense of belonging. And so when you have all three of those together, diversity, inclusion, equity together, you get that sense of belonging, okay, which is going to improve morale. It's going to give you happier employees. It's going to give you more productive employees as well. So the benefits of diversity, again, this is diversity is something you can spend hours on. You had a breakout session on it right before this one, like I stated. And so the benefits of diversity are innovation, a positive effect on the company culture, and the ability to retain a diverse client base. And I think that's really important, especially in the nonprofit world. The community you serve, you should have that same type of diversity on your staff. And sometimes that can be challenging, but again, it all needs to be kind of part of that strategic plan because representation really does matter. So specific DE&I trends that we're going to see, we've already seen them in 2022, and we expect all of these to carry into 2023, is supporting gender identity and expression. And again, you could do entire sessions on this, but gender identity and gender expression are big ones, hot topics right now. Another one is supporting a generational workforce. So I think for the first time ever, or in a really long time, there are 5 different generations that make up our workforce. Okay. And so how do you make them feel supported? How do you make them feel like they belong when you have so many people in so many different generations? So that's a big trend. Supporting employee mental health. We talked about that in the employee wellness section. That is a big push for DE&I as well. Hiring diversity professionals. Get a professional to help you with that, okay? I hate to say it, but if your diversity person at your organization looks like me, he or she should not. You know what I mean? You want to get a diversity professional that is just not an HR professional. You want to get a diversity professional who is trained specifically in this. This is not a hobby. Okay, this is their day job. They are an expert in diversity. Okay. And there are a lot of them. There are a lot of great ones right here in our local area. We've had some come talk to us at Family Promise too, because again, representation is very important. You know, we want our board, there to be representation on our board. We wanted there to be representation on our staff, and we were lacking in that area. So we brought in professionals to help us build a strategy and a plan around that for the organization. And that's, again, not just a nonprofit issue. That's any business organization needs to focus, needs to have a strategy, needs to have a plan in this area. And then just raising awareness, okay, whether that's through training, whether that's through awareness campaigns. You need to educate your staff and your managers about DE&I trends, how to handle DE&I, the benefits of diversity, how to communicate with people who don't communicate like you. All of those things are so important. As DE&I continues to be one of those hot button topics. So here's just some kind of staples on how to get there. One, you want to develop a really good DE&I policy. And this is not a dream of who you want to be one day, although that can be a portion of it, but your policy should actually match your practice. So don't put something in that policy that you don't currently do or don't plan to do in the very near future. So again, having a policy is great, but really you want a policy that reflects your practice, okay? Or the practice has to match the policy. Don't just put it out there to have it on paper so you can show it to somebody if they ask, okay? If you're going to put it on paper, you're going to need to walk the walk and talk the talk. Walk the talk, I don't know what that is, but it's one of those. And then implement a strategic plan. Again, it might be time. It is going to take you time to get there. It is going to take time to meet your DE&I goals and objective, and that's okay. It should be a part, though, of your long-term strategy. Okay, so when you're doing those strategic planning sessions with your organization, with your board, with your donors, whoever those stakeholders are, DE&I has to be part of the conversation if it isn't already. And then collect DE&I data and use it to help you make decisions, right? Whether that's of your donor base, whether that's of your staff, your board, the community you serve. Make sure that you have really good data to base some of those decisions off of. Just like when we talked about wage data, great that you want to give that person a 20% raise. Is that a market rate? You know, is that aligned with what the market dictates? Any questions on any of that? Well, if there's someone.
A lot of food for thought. Really got me thinking, and some other folks in the chat kind of got me thinking about donors and gaining donors and retaining donors, and what a few issues that may help to solve part of this issue. So that's something I'll be currently working on. Yes. Interesting.
other questions or comments for Connor? Well, if not, Connor, thank you so much for your presentation. So much great information that you shared, and we certainly appreciate it. I know that we're all, again, facing challenges with HR, and so we appreciate you sharing with us today. To everybody else, thank you for participating today, and we hope to see you back at 8:30 in the morning. We're going to start off with the Great Resignation presented by Keith Lawing, President and CEO of the Workforce Alliance, and talking about more information about how we overcome some of the staffing challenges and what we're kind of facing. And so we'll see you all at 8:30 in the morning. And with that, I wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Great job.